Could you say good evening again?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Okay. I will try to make my questions as short and as succinct as possible because time is fast.
I'll do the same. I'll answer succinctly.
Okay. When you were discussing ULIMO initially, that is before ULIMO broke away into splinter groups, you mentioned names like Jenkins Scott, Philip Davis, Harry Nayu, and others who you said tried to intervene in a rift that was going on between the late Roosevelt Johnson. Were these men also part of ULIMO, or were they founders of ULIMO, or were they holding any executive position in ULIMO?
First of all, there were only two groups, not splinter groups. I'm sorry, he says I'm legally trained. Every word means something to me. The second thing was there was no Roosevelt Johnson. It was Kape and Yulu in Sierra Leone.
Thanks for the correction.
Yeah. And the third thing is that some of them were not in ULIMO, but they were concerned, I mean, of people who trying to go back, hopefully to have the country open up, keep on forcing among themselves. As a matter of fact, Mr. Nayu is dead now, and may his soul rest in peace. Cephas Gallo, he was in one of the meetings, and he had a heart attack and died. He was in Conakry, and Omen Nayu came from Monrovia. So they were playing, peacemaker roles. Jenkins Scott too was the same thing, you know.
Okay.
I mean, people were going up and down, just trying to make people to unite, looking for ways for the war to stop. These kinds of movements were going on like that.
Okay. You tried to define ULIMO yesterday, and you described ULIMO as not as a rebel group or rebel movement, but rather as an anti-rebel movement. Now I'm just wondering, and I will appeal to you to please be short. Can you describe what is an anti-rebel movement and what are they supposed to do?
Rebel is a terminology in political science or international law. It means revolting against constitutional authority. So we were not rebels. Charles Taylor was not any constitutional authority. We were a resistance movement, anti-rebels, trying to come back as refugees. And one thing I want to say, even though you say I shouldn't say much, you want to know the intent of a warring group? Look at the direction of where they're going. Whether they want power or something else. We were inviting the octopus by ECOMOG officially to come and help defend the government of Amos Sawyer and the capital. We lost many to anti-rebels. We're not rebels. We came here and we fought. ECOMOG fought along with us and we're leading the fight. The major carried a message from General Olori. He brought 2 trucks. We said, what are the trucks for? He said, for manpower to carry. The general said, here's a note. The boys contacted and said, let a man carry the truck. Who they come and bomb? You think we're going to fight regular war? We'll come to Monrovia. So we came here, we fought along, we saw some black beret people, Sawyer's military group. I can't say they didn't fight, they helped. But we were the leading fighters. And the ECOMOG can fight, but when it comes to guerrilla war, whether it's bush or urban guerrilla warfare is different. So we took the lead on the Stockton Creek, I don't know, that bridge joining Cardway and Logan Town, what's the name? Okay. One of our young fellas, maybe 25 or so, called Roro, stood up there defending NPFL Shooting Cross. Eventually, they pop him out. Okay? So that's the direction. And after the war was finished, the battle was finished in Monrovia, what did we do? We were very strong in this town here at the time. Very strong here. But we returned to Gboni Hills. And we bypassed Gboni Hill to go after Taylor. That was the direction of our war. So it should tell you a lot about whether we were looking for power. Nothing was here in Monrovia. I'm sorry. All due respect to Egomog. We could have grabbed Monrovia. That Taylor was trying to get. He was trying to get Monrovia. We were defending Monrovia. When we finished, we left. So we were not rebels. And we're not warlords. Poor refugees, we didn't have any choice to come and help Egomog.
Okay. Speaking about power, there were several power-sharing governments, Council of States, and public, the ministries and public corporations and concessions were divided amongst the members, or at least the group they were representing on the Council of State, called slots. And there was one time where there was a struggle, or there were some disputed ministries, certain slots when they're certain ministries. But the general impression at the time was that people wanted to be in control of certain lucrative, quote-unquote, ministries or concessions or public corporations. Do you think this was a power struggle kind of thing, or did people want to get their hands on some resources that maybe they could perpetuate the interests of their groups? Or generally, do you think it was a good idea to split the ministries and the corporations amongst groups that were already competing with each other?
Yes, it was a good idea. You know, at some point I said that word neutral no longer exists in this country. Nobody here is neutral. Yeah, John Stewart sitting down there. I used to like him very much. Stopped seeing him for some time. Strong Moja man. But he has a responsibility as a commissioner. I know the background. Everybody sitting down here on this table. Direct or indirect, you may not know why you digging things on me. I'm digging things on you too. But somehow I just know that your main concern here is peace in this country. Peace. I don't think because I didn't fall under Moja at the time, even though I was activist, Tipote, everybody wanted me, and I didn't join Tipote. So John Stewart will come and settle scores with me. Never. He will never do that. Because you're watching him too. The new word to replace neutral is balance. Balance. When you balance things, it's hard. Because everybody's interests will be involved. I want to recommend that to you. Noble commissioners. That word balance is the key in this country here. Because of the imbalance, that's why we're having all this problem today. One of the key reasons.
Excuse me, sir, what's the connection to the question?
You said people divided up the different ministries, etc. The ministries had to be balanced, had to be apportioned. So that everybody could feel represented, to give peace a chance. That's why I use balance. And I introduced that idea in Geneva, the Council of State. Because we went to the meeting, We had two sections. The military section, ceasefire, everything. Taylor didn't go, Amos didn't go. I was the only, because those are the three groups that is now ULIMO, MPFL, and interim government. We had a beautiful beginning. All the military things were settled, ceasefire. Then the trouble started because the duration of the interim government, had expired officially. So who are going to be the next interim president? Taylor people came, they said they had to be. Some people say, oh no, we got to produce it. Big fighting. Almost wrecked all of the achievements we made with the military thing. And that was the most important as far as I was concerned. So the next day, the late Canon Binana, he was a OU eminent person. He was in charge of the whole thing with Gordon Summers. So we went to his room. I called Mamadou Salif, my cousin, the NPF man. He was leading the NPF delegation. We went to Canon Binana. I said, what I want to suggest is this. Since we cannot agree on the political leadership and threatening the success of what we have labored to put in place in Geneva, let us defer the political decision to Cotonou 2 weeks from now at the ECOWAS Heads of State meeting. And let us announce that we have agreed on the military component so we can have success and go home. He said, how come you didn't say that ever since? I said, but you had a right to think too. And that was the decision. But before we went to Cotonou, I said, let's brainstorm. How are we going to handle this thing? Because it will haunt us. Then we talk all kinds of things. They were in Switzerland, that's Geneva. They said, well, some kind of council leadership thing is here. Then they said, that's rotational. 3 months or 9 months, somebody is head of state, etc. Then kind of Banana said, well, we got some kind of council of state in Zimbabwe. But it's not really effective. It just, empty figurehead positions. But everybody has a representative. I said, bingo, that's it. Let us try it in Liberia, because what I see, you didn't give that thing, you didn't give some of this thing to Sawyer, you didn't give some of this thing to Taylor. I don't think it will be okay. We already having one set of arrangement. It's failing, all of them standing up. So we are newcomer to this whole conference table business. And since we can use this as an excuse to defer the meeting, we have 3 parties, MPFL, ULIMO, and IGNU. We can announce that because of the important nature of the decision, they needed 3 heads for the 3 organizations. I'm the only one here. So it's not fair to me, nor to the other 2 organizations. And that's what they used. They announced that and we went to Cotonou. And we said that each of the 3 factions will have a leader, a representative in the Council of State, and then we have 3 other persons coming in, one from Monrovia, and then you have one person from the, I suggested that because Taylor was insisting that he was controlling Greater Liberia, and so he can't just bring one person. And if you're coming from Monrovia, they are civilians, so they got civilians too. In Greater Liberia, you got to bring one person. I said, what kind of person you want to bring? Because at that time, especially later on in Akotombo, I had the upper hand. We had captured Banga. You see? I said, well, we agree that you bring one person from Greater Liberia, but it has to be a traditional person, one of the chiefs. He started calling some chief named Banga. I said, no, you will not call any chief name here. That's how Tamba Taylor got on the Council of State. I said, he's the oldest, as far as we're concerned, traditional leader here. And he accepted it. So as a result of that, it was balanced. In the final analysis, we had a Council of State, and if you had a ministry, they will have, if for example I had a Ministry of Finance, Then they have an oversight person over that ministry from another fashion. So Charles Taylor, that's a balance now. Because you Minister of Finance and I got control over you. If I'm corrupt, I'll try to tell you all kinds of things. But if I had a Minister of Finance like I had, then Taylor had oversight responsibility. He had Minister of Lands and Mines, and I had oversight responsibility. So it was hard to steal. And then down the deputy line, one faction without having 2, 3 deputies or one deputy and your minister all come from the same faction. No. You know, so Master, that's how we balanced it. And it was hard to steal because all the deputies were looking at each other and the oversight people were looking at their friend's appointment. I was monitoring the dumber fellow at Lands and Mines with the dumber business. 1 inch, I didn't get to him. And you can imagine Taylor, in fact, was taking advantage of his warrant, presidential warrant, anything above $5,000 to be signed by the mansion. So 5 cents couldn't get out of that place. So that was an advantage. And you can see it right here too. The table is so fully balanced. 4 women, 4 men. But I think they're going to add 1 more person, so that's where the problem will be. Whether you bring men or women, they'll be almost balanced. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Witness, you are a career journalist, and you worked briefly as a Minister of Information under the late President Doe in his government, but you also served as Director General of the Liberian Broadcasting System. And according to newspaper reports and widespread reports, the media seemingly had a tough time under the regime of the PRC and then later on the government of the late President Doe. Of course, other governments. But my focus here is that period. There was this dreaded Decree 88A, quote unquote, the media, that's how they term it, which the media thought stifled freedom of the speech, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, and freedom of the press. You being a seasoned journalist yourself and working in the establishment, though at different times, can you please share your personal opinion or perspective on this Decree 88A? Why was it necessary? Was it a good instrument? Why did we need to have Decree 88A?
That's the decree. When I say decree, it means it's a legislation by the military.
The nature of the decree.
They decreed it. And, you know, I teach media law. And I ask my students to assess the law and the media. What had been some of the bottlenecks? And all the time they will mention Decree 88A as well. Your Constitution, Article 15, A, B, and C, gives you the right of freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press. The old one and the new one. Constitution. And they say that there shall be no law, even though no law to curtail this, even though you are responsible for the abuse thereof. And all public functionaries shall make themselves available. So obviously this 88A was a political tool to stifle open and free discussion. In Wolokoli, there was a special law for Wolokoli. Every time they put him inside, he come outside, they will put him inside again for this 88A. He wanted better than all. He's a courageous young man. So 88A was not democratic. But it was not sufficient to stop people who wanted to pursue democracy. You got to take the risk. You know, you can't play too safe. You know, our situation cannot be compared to, you know, historical situations in Europe and America, where the people took up arms, they stormed the Bastille. A lot of things went on to take out draconian and dictatorial regimes, fascist regimes. People risked their lives. You know, when you go to plan coup, one of the things you consider is death of yourself. When the coup succeeds, then of course you have the possibility of being the government. When it fails, you are a criminal, charged with treason, and you can be killed. You see? So some people had to make sacrifice in our years for us to have democracy. And some people, knowing the kind of character of leadership we have, were very careful. I mean, we can say responsible, but not really being responsible. You know, you're just careful, that's all. Timing the situation. So I was wondering the other day, if PPP was not here, I don't know if faction of Moja would have assumed a more radical posture. But if I'm a Moja leader, and I see there's another group that is very active out there on the streets, I don't have to copy them. But I think it was very effective, the Moja approach, individually as a group.
Okay.
So, that decree was a political tool to muzzle and stifle expression, because the people were ready. Elections were coming, and people were being critical of the government, and that's how you run campaign. You got to show the bad side, like Congo Saka say, somebody fighting, they got so on their foot, what you do here? He said you will kick it. So I think the government was afraid of that. It was undemocratic usage.
Okay. Mr. Witness, a follow-up question to that. There were 3 of you who were media personnel, media experts, who were in the government at different times and who were very close to the president. Reverend Buya, who served as the Minister of Information, and Mr. Maurice Duclé, who served at the Ministry of Postal Affairs, all of you seasoned journalists during this time. My question is, given your close relationship to the president then, you had misgivings about this decree. Did you at any time find the opportunity to at least express your concern to him that that was not healthy for democracy and it just was not going to work?
I said, Massa, let me tell you something. I said, far more than that. But I'm not somebody who is, after you work with somebody and then things look like somebody trying to put you on the defensive and you come and say, oh no, I mean, he was so. No. There are some very good things about Doe. If you ask me, I will tell you. I wasn't afraid of anybody. I've given you an instance here where I didn't tell him anything. I went on the air and said what I had to say. And I was responsible for the consequences. I told you that I took $75,000 because of all those people in jail and the possible consequences, my life. I was young, I had a young family. So I took an insurance of $75,000. Anything happens to me, then my wife and kid will survive on that. Two old taxes I had. And I told my family I was going to say it. Why you have to? I said, because it is my belief From 13, 14 years, I've been molding myself. Society has been molding me. I was not destructive, but that was my belief. And I didn't even say it. I said it outside of Doe. There wasn't anything I didn't like that I didn't tell him. And he took a lot of them. He took a lot of them. He used to play checker with some of those security boys who were later assigned to me. And I'm not saying this as some kind of self-praise. Kekula is here, he used to tell me. He said, Doe said, if you have 5 persons like you in this country will be different. Because I told him the truth. He wasn't an all bad man. Doe alone not responsible. We are responsible. Whether you are in or out of the Doe government. As I told you the other day, ladies and gentlemen, every time you had to enter the government, people will run and beg for positions. And those who didn't beg, if you call them, they will accept it. But you start to talk about faction business. When you hear them describing the faction, yeah, they all came from hell. If you feel so much that way, why you didn't reject the position I was giving to you? Some of you lobby for these positions. And when they call upon you, oh, they made a rebel. They made a warlord. If you don't like warlord, then you take a job. Even right now, people come to me, I'm not even in the government. Please go talk to me, Salif. I said, for what? For a job. I said, how much I got a job? I won't pay for you. So I said, that degree being a small business, master. I was a very defiant man inside. But I can't sit here and say it. I have to be respectable to the position of Doe, President Doe. And what I didn't like, I knew you were going to fire me, but firing business was small in the whole thing. I was thinking about where Podia and Sawyer, when Sawyer came out from jail, he sent message. You want to say how Konami was here, I used to make a picture big in the information ministry newspaper. What is that? To make somebody picture big. But he came to me in the taxi. Where in the night? Went to the back room. He said, I heard that all that you did. And that I want to congratulate you for trying to bring democracy here. I said, well, I'm happy to see you, my man. Because anything can happen. You know? But I said, you should think, if you don't have no friend in this world, it's James J. Tappe. James Tappe, Dr. Tappe, then Vice President for Academic Affairs. That man was brought in the night to the mansion. Student riot taking place. Our Minister of Information. In the daytime, he and Dr. Mary Anthony Brown Sherman have been called to the mansion to answer for why the demonstrations were taking place. Casket and all this thing. I was sitting there, and Doe was asking these questions. In the night, they sent for me. Kauju office, Minister of State Presidential Affairs. Doe was standing up, President Doe. Head of State Doe. Dr. Tappe was sitting down there, sweating in a cold place. Air conditioner all over. I said, oh, apparently the meeting had gone halfway. So here I said, Doe said, Tappe, I'm surprised at you. I'm very surprised at you. You want to tell me countrymen and you're saying all that woman tell you here around, you couldn't stop the demonstration? Your name in the dictionary? When you open it, you see Tappe? He said, no, sir. He said, well, I'm disappointed in you. Tappe said, well, Mr. Head of State, I can put my hair on a chopping board. Amos Sawyer is not part of any coup plot. Then Doe laugh. He said, I can see your hair going if you put it on a chopping board. You know what kind of information I got? on Sawyer, here in Podia, Nyeplu to us, the care, George care was part of it, Amon Sawyer, Podia, that my visit to Germany or Austria or something like that, she overthrew the government, Nyeplu came and brought all the information, then you want to put your hair on the chopping board? You are a foolish countryman. You still want to put on the board? Tape said, yes, sir. In the night at the executive mansion. That man sitting down there with Sawyer in jail, the whole town hot. Then he said, I will put my hair on the board. How many trust of friends you can have like that? Some people say, hey, anyway, I don't know. You see, you're the government people, so I can't comment on that. Look what I'm saying that, Master. But that man stood up there and put his head online. Then I intervened. I said, excuse me, sir, head of state. You see, you're a military man, you know the chain of command in your military administration. Why should you blame Dr. Tape for what's happening at the university when he's not the president of the university? He can only go far and no further. Why you call him here alone in the night? You know what the boy interpreting outside there? And quite frankly, I think Doe wanted for somebody to say something so that that meeting could end like that. Then he smiled. He said, okay, Tape, you can go home. I said, no. People don't know what this man has discussed with you. He should go downstairs in the night, 11 to 12, and go home by himself. I said, Dr. Tape, wait for me in the waiting lobby there. So he left. I said, you're not fair, sir, to this man. He's not operating country institution to say because he country man, the student will listen to him. No. Those students don't have time for that. It's not our days when we organize soup, country versus Congo. No, this is all mixed up now. So I think you should be fair to this man here. Besides that, I think he should be protected. So they gave me one SSS man. I took Dr. Tape, carrying a vehicle. I didn't know where he was living at the time. And the man dropped him and he left. So yes, Master, I did my best, but I'm not telling you that Doe was so, with all due respect, he was so useless and this and that. He did a lot of good things. But there's some people around us every day, even you sitting down here, you got some people under your ears. Be careful with that Kromah when you go to Assin. Oh, got some advisors, left and right. Just how I'm sure right now there are people advising Mr. Salif on the coming elections. Yeah, I don't have any opinion anyway on that. Okay. But right now I'm sure on our ears are hot. On both sides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Witness, speaking of the University of Liberia incident 1984, according to reports, the students were on campus, marching around on their campus with their casket and what have you. We understand that there were some verbal languages that perhaps were not appropriate, maybe. But they were on their campus.
Coming from where? From them?
From the students, yeah.
Okay.
But they were confined within the confines of the University of Liberia. They didn't come on the streets. And it was kind of peaceful. They didn't have any weapons. They were not hurting anybody, so to speak. Do you think the government might have been excessive or not in the way it handled the situation when the soldiers went on campus and everything just ran out of control?
Well, I wasn't on the spot, but what I heard first, that the soldiers, when I think something was happening at the Capitol building that day, I think the head of state Doe was supposed to go to the Capitol building, and Gray Allison was there. They had some ratings, switches, because it was a continuous process, and there was a casket at the gate the front end of the gate, and they were holding up a casket and saying certain things. And so when the whipping started, apparently they didn't succeed in keeping things down, and the soldiers were ordered to move behind them, to run behind them, with rattans in their hands. Of course, they had their guns. Now, when the matter had reached a point where we started hearing some volleys of ammunition, that's when we all got concerned and we wanted to know what was happening. The people were coming and said, people are dying. Some people running, jumping onto Town. And that's what I explained to you today. Did I explain that?
Yes, you did. My question was, do you think the government acted excessively in the way it handled the situation?
This was a military government. And it depended on the estimation of people. You know, I don't like for people to, I'm sorry to say this, but you have to say it. I don't like impressionists. You try to prove that you're the most loyal, you're the most this, and you're the most that. And when they check you out, you know, because that day, that 1,000% business in the cabinet from a colleague, what happened in the end? He was arrested for coup plot. Gray Allison. You know? And then, of course, it depends on the exposure. It depends on it. Look at the war we said we planned, the guerrilla war. Why did we go to the radio to try to get people from Taylor to join us? Besides the reality that we didn't have arms and ammunition. It was one way of saving our people, our relatives. You know? So I thought it was a good thing that they had a rattan in their hands. You know? Maybe somebody said, oh, people think with small children they can't bring rattan here, we'll run away. So after they whipped some people at the front gate, I guess that didn't work. You know, they started running behind them with arms. If you ask me if I were the Minister of Defense, what I would have done, there were a lot of options. Because the thing started from where they arrest in the first place. You know? I would have asked the university officials to bring in the student leaders. I would have asked them what happened. What we went through at the university the sophomore time, we wrote a letter to the president saying that he was violating the constitutional rights of the dismissed professors, and that if something didn't happen, we would take action. You know, one old man told me something, and it's always left with me. They say your most important power is the power that you don't use. Your most important power is the one that you don't use. Because when you use it and nothing happens, you become powerless. Let people always be afraid. Say, take it easy. That kind of easy. Just imagination of what can happen. And that's what I told the students just last year. I said the first action you took here, coming to the gate to close it, that's your last option there. Why you didn't write the administration? So that's what I would have done. I wouldn't have ordered the soldiers on the campus. But maybe somebody wanted to show that they were very loyal. They were not necessary. Look, I'll be standing there all day with a casket. Just leave them.
Okay. This question is for the sake of
But most of these people are gone. Maybe it's for those of us who are alive so that we can be careful what decisions we take in crisis.
My next question is for the sake of clarification. Yesterday you mentioned that in 1990 you had traveled out of the country to secure equipment, mobile equipment, or to scout around for a mobile transmission for Liberia, for the radio station. But there have been rumors and I say rumors because I don't know if it's true,
Thank
that you were given X amount of money for that same trip to purchase the particular equipment. Can you please clarify it? Is it true?
Now, my first time hearing the rumor. And you know something? You can say everything about Haji Kromah. You will never say he's a corrupt man and he's a killer. 5 cents. Let anybody come here and say that I've ever stolen anywhere. It was never an issue. Corruption issue was never an issue with me in government. In the first place, where I was working, you couldn't find 5 cents. I didn't carry 5 cents to buy anything. I wanted to find out whether we could in fact get that technology. We're looking for a solid state transmitter that we could mount in a vehicle to cover long distances. Because I had suggested that to President Doe, that we have to have a variety of approaches to our radio technology, because the AM transmitter we had there plus the FM was very limited, and the AM stands for amplitude modulation. It's a lot of statics, very expensive. So we could actually get a model of FM that can double the antenna coverage and move from place to place. Well, he said, well, look, I don't understand what you're saying, but go and find out what it is. So that is what I went to find out. And when I came, the rebels were getting closer and closer. So this is my first time hearing about that.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. In 1994, there was a reported fighting between forces of ULIMO K and ULIMO J in Tottenburg, Gboni County, and it was reportedly bad. The entire area was cut off. There was no access into that territory. So the United Nations, and there were all sort of myths and rumors circulating as to what was actually happening in Tottenburg. So the UN put together a team of journalists to go in and assess what was really happening and bring back factual, at least actual reports of what was happening. And when reporters came back, that followed that entire week and the week after, there were reports of ULIMO K fighters using human intestines for rope. The BBC reported it. It was reported in a couple of local dailies. I remember very, very distinctly. What was it? What happened in Tottenburg that weekend between forces of Roosevelt Johnson and ULIMO K that resulted into what happened? It was reported.
Yeah, by whom?
It was reported in a local media.
Which do you remember which newspaper?
Several papers was also reported on the BBC.
Can you remember one of them?
Well, I don't have, no, I don't remember.
Okay, can you, after
was also reported on the BBC.
Yeah, excuse me. BBC, what's her name? Robin White?
Well, I don't remember. I mean, BBC has a host of reporters.
Yes, I mean, they have special programs. And I'm using Robin White to just say, you know, that was Charles Taylor's man. But what I'm trying to tell you is that what you be doing with human being intestine when you're fighting? What kind of talk is that? Who are these reporters coming from Monrovia to go over there?
You didn't hear of any such
I've
incident?
never heard of this kind of thing yet.
There was no fighting?
Up to this point, there was fighting, of course. But what you use, that's why I'm asking, who really, I mean, I saw some reporters here yesterday, one of the editors from the wartime, he came and hugged me here. I would really be interested in that particular paper that talking about somebody, ULIMO taking human intestine. To do what with human intestine? Where do grotesque stories come from? We know the propaganda base that was in Monrovia here. Human beings being killed here, there. When you ask them to follow up, they can't give you the real source. So I would really be happy to see that reporter in the newspaper in town here, in your custody, master.
Okay.
You know? And let me tell you something about the BBC. When it was being reported that later on, after Mrs. Salif had gone on the air and talked on the BBC about her wish that the mansion comes down, and for which she was courageous enough during the past election to admit and apologize to the Liberian people, and we all accepted it, and she became president. Do you know that that was being debated, that she never said it? I said, oh, I thought she said it. As a journalist, I've always been curious. I called BBC. One day I called BBC. I said, I know you got your archives of tapes, etc. I want to know, did Mrs. Salif actually go on the air to talk about the bringing down the executive mansion, rebuilding it, etc.? Then the lady, Elizabeth Ohini, she said, give me a few minutes. I said, you can take an hour. She came back to me, she said, Mrs. Salif, we have no record here to say that she ever said that on the BBC. I was satisfied with that. I said, these are organized people, they are professional people, they got all their records, etc. So I was shocked when Mrs. Salif came and said, I said it. Whole BBC. What was that for? Was it Elizabeth Ohini or the BBC or what? Up to today, I don't know. So don't believe everything you hear. Go ask the people in Tottenham, the civilians who were there. When they came and reported somebody harassing anybody, we should give them to committees, investigate them and lock them up. We have civilian administration, we have mayor. Then what you going to do? Fighting war, then you go to, what I heard that some group used to, even though I don't understand how it would be, how long is the human intestine? They said you should put it as gate, something like that. I never really believed that. Then having war fighting, you take our intestine to do what? You go on the internet, master, I don't have to tell you. Look at my picture there. All kinds of things. Even one report I went to the State Department, that was the fun part of it. The report said, I can eat human being. Human being? So, yeah. So I waited one day for the former ambassador in Liberia, William Tolbert. I heard that he was coming to Washington, D.C. So I waited. As soon as he came, I booked an appointment at the State Department. The Ambassador Tolbert was there. I said, Ambassador, your State Department report said that there are cannibals in Liberia and I'm one of them. He said, well, I'm not aware of that report. I said, but it said State Department and you the ambassador. How you will not be aware? How you will not be aware? So you want to tell me you know all this thing here and you and myself used to eat more in Bami, eh? You remember the potato green we used to cook? And I tell you that we don't have spoons here and you wash your hand, I wash my hand, and we eat. If I ate it, then you ate it too. Everybody started laughing. Give me 1 second, please. 1 second, master. I just want to read something to you very briefly. U.S. envoy ULIMO officials hold talk. The United States ambassador to Liberia has urged officials of ULIMO to support the ECOWAS peace initiatives so as to make the work easier for ECOWAS to bring peace to the country. Ambassador William Tolbert noted that ULIMO has a major role to play in bringing relief to the people, so it must be able to utilize that role properly. Ambassador Tolbert, this is one newspaper, the Inquirer newspaper. Ambassador Tolbert told the ULIMO officials when he paid a one-day working visit to ULIMO areas upon invitation of the movement's chairman, Alhaji Kromah, last Thursday. While in Gboni County, where the movement has its headquarters, the ambassador met with some top brass of the movement, including Alhaji Kromah and Field Commander Joe Harris. The ambassador noted that he did not see the activities of ULIMO as a jihad, as claimed by some individuals, but a movement whose prime objective is to liberate the people from continuous suffering. U.S. Ambassador, 3 years after ULIMO was founded. The ambassador later met with the ULIMO officials in a closed-door meeting. According to a source close to the meeting, several relevant issues pertaining to the peace process were discussed. In an interview with Ambassador Tolbert in Tottenberg, he stated that he does not see ULIMO as a bad organization, but hopes that it will support the peace process, which Liberians yearn for. When asked about his mission to ULIMO area, Ambassador Tolbert said he was visiting the area to assess activities of ULIMO and later inform his government about his findings. The ambassador was later taken on a tour of Tottenberg where he visited the government hospital, which was operating fully, the C.H. Dewey High School. He was also taken to the Guthrie plantations in Gboni County by the ULIMO area commander, Vamian Sharif. Prior to the tour, and this is it now, the ambassador and his men were launched with the ULIMO chairman and his officials, at which time they participated in a traditional way of eating with hands. Then report goes, say, we can eat him up here. I said, brother, try that, you can eat him up here too. These are the reports all over the place.
Okay, my last question. Yesterday you mentioned about ULIMO K, if I may say, and you spoke of discipline within the organization. You did not allow or see anyone smoking, whether opium. There was no booze, not even cigarette. You reiterated that position today, but you also said today that ULIMO fighters carried on harassment
yes.
of civilians, which you try to curtail. What was the numeric strength of ULIMO, of your organization, the fighters?
We didn't have a roster, actually, complete roster. It's not a regular military thing where you have filing cabinets. Because if you're sitting there somewhere, you call your headquarters, you just see bullets flying. You have to run from place to place. So I can actually determine now how many thousands of people. But I know for sure they were far less than the MPFL.
So could they have been maybe 20,000, 25,000, 30,000,
no, I think it would be
15, no, 15,000, 12, 10,000?
Maybe 10,000 or something like that. Maybe.
And they were stationed in various parts of the country, because at a point in time you claim a lot of territory.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. But the interesting thing is that most of them didn't have arms. We never really had enough arms at any given time. You find 20 persons, maybe 2 or 3 arms, you know.
So my final question here, Mr. Kromah, then is that how do you know that amongst these 10,000, 12,000 men, there were no murders that took place, there were no killing of civilians, there were no massacres that took place, there were no atrocities that took place? There were a lot of men. They were in different areas of the country. You couldn't have been everywhere at one time. how do you know that your men were as disciplined as you are now telling us?
Well, I didn't say they were as disciplined. I told you what we didn't allow nor accept. And you know, news can't hide. That's why sometimes when you mention these things I haven't heard about it, I say, well, how come I hadn't heard about it and I was around here all the time? Not because I'm answering questions, so I shouldn't tell you what I heard about what I didn't hear. I told you I heard about the Sinjay thing and I gave you details of what we have. When ULIMO soldiers did something somewhere, the people would come. Nobody was afraid to report ULIMO soldiers. In fact, the soldiers would turn around and start begging the people, please don't go there. Because we'll have you arrested. We'll have you arrested. I can tell you. I don't know what kind of information. I'll go on your website and see what you have there. But I'm in a position to analyze how certain reports come out, how certain accusations come out. And this is why you have to be very careful with the booby traps in your investigation. Because sometimes, like I read something on your internet, before it was I read a different version again. They said some lady in Bon County, they said that there was some massacre that went on. I hadn't even heard of that massacre. It called some name of a town near Sanae. They said it happened in 1993, ULIMO K. And the people were speaking Majima in the night. And then when they got through attacking us, and then the survivors, the MPFL, they came and collected the survivors who were wounded. And they carried them to the hospital in Yekepa, Nimba County. Sana is in Bon County. So, just on the face of those facts that were given to you. Now look at the first one. You got a lot of information. There was no ULIMO K in 1993. Yeah, the first thing. But the lady was decisive. People calling a year and somebody asked you to adjust your mind. He said, no, that's 1993. There was no ULIMO K. We were not divided until then. Towards the end of 94. Number one. And the closest place we went to and renewed there was in Bong Mines, which was headed by one commander, I think Amos Chair, something like that, Crown fellow. Bong Mines close to Kakata. Sana is way up. The second thing is, where have you seen MPFL fighters taking civilians to carry them to the hospital? And where was the hospital? Yekepa Hospital? What happened to the hospital, Phoebe Hospital? You got to pass through Banga before you go to Yekepa. And he said somebody will know, you're rushing to them, you're rushing with them to the hospital. You pass by Phoebe Hospital. Then you go to Ganta where they have the big CW Highland Hospital. You pass by that. And you want to save the life, then you carry them way to Yekepa. This was a lady explaining to you. There was some geopolitics of the war, depending on who stayed on where. And most of the time, Bon County was considered as Charles Taylor's domain. So we don't know where that fabrication came from. Who will you believe will take somebody from where Sana passed by all the hospital, Phoebe, Ganta, and carrying into Yekepa? Then you say ULIMO K in 1993. When you do your investigation, you have to look at those contradictions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Commissioner Councilor Pearl Brown Bull. You, from your CV and your talk, you've been chairman of ULIMO, member of the Council of State from 1995 to 97, Minister of Information, and you're here before us. How do you want me to refer to you?
Mr. Kromah.
Mr. Kromah. Okay, Mr. Kromah, I want to say most of
How do you want me to refer to you?
Commissioner Councilor Pearl Brown, Councilor Bull, Commissioner Councilor Bull.
Give me a short
Commissioner Bull.
Okay.
But if you have any special name, you can
No,
still
no,
call
no,
me.
no.
I will accept that. But in my capacity here now,
Okay.
I'm like Commissioner Boo, because just as you say, unless those who didn't prepare themselves to give public or private service to the country, they didn't become anything. But for our ages and our background in law and politics, we had to play our role. But as we sit here, we were elected, suggested, recommended by the people of Liberia from the different segments. So definitely it's a responsible burden we have, or charge, and we intend to do the best that we can.
Exactly.
With that in mind, Mr. Kromah,
Yes, ma'am.
having served, and most times I see you refer to Buya sometimes. I remember as a cadet, I remember you, Buya, and Morris Dukley, 1976, when you all served as cadet in the press bureau, when Minister Kesali was then Minister of Information,
Exactly.
and I was coordinator of the Ministry of Information, Culture Affairs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember you. I have forgotten.
Okay, but you remember now?
Yeah.
Okay, I used to find your money to go up country. Okay, all right. Having served as Minister of Information and Press Secretary to the former Vice President during the Tolbert administration, Head of the Public Affairs Division, and Press Secretary to former Vice President Bennett Warner in the Tolbert administration, Assistant Minister and Director General of LBS during the Doe regime and Minister of Information, member of the Council of State who that served with Taylor, President Taylor and others.
No, he wasn't president then.
I mean, who said you're a member of the Council of State, Vice Chair. You all were Vice Chairs, but you refer to yourself sometimes as collective presidents.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yes,
Okay.
collective president.
Having served these three different people, and you as chairman of ULIMO, could you state briefly, because I need to give my other colleagues chance tonight, and what I don't understand, I will surely come back to you later outside, because the other information we may need. I do agree that one, and the law here, the TRC Act say that one should be confronted, but we should create an environment where victims and alleged perpetrators can come together to give a clear picture of the past in view of reconciliation. So in view of that, I do agree with you that one who alleges a fact against someone should be able to stand before them and prove it. But having served, I would like just in a nutshell for you to give us what you think was the philosophy, or how did you feel about President Tolbert? What was his philosophy? President Doe, President Taylor, and your own philosophy?
Thank you.
Or ideology or feelings?
Yeah. Well, for President Tolbert, he was a very interesting man. For an American Liberian to be able to speak a Liberian language so effectively, better than even an otherwise original speaker, someone who belongs to that tribe, was amazing. It's a shame, Councillor, Commissioner, for Liberians to stand and say, I can't speak. Why you can't speak? Because you're not interested. Why would Tolbert speak that kind of Pele? Because he was interested. And then where it starts from. What is your value system? If you don't consider you're being a leader or aspiring to be a leader, national leader, you don't have any interest in any of the languages of that country? Then who are you and what are you? That was my first respect. Secondly, I don't know whether it was by accident, he didn't have his tailcoat that day, but President Tolbert came, the Constitution was in hot pursuit behind him. Because small more, he wasn't going to be made commission president or sworn in. I guess that's why he came in from his farm with his sweating suit. And that became symbolic. And that had a very important economic value for his officials of government. So you didn't have to go buy a tailcoat and cassock to wrap around your belly with top hat under this hell of a sun. So it was easy for people to, you didn't have to buy coat suits. And I never saw, after that time, President Tolbert in coat suits. Leadership is symbolism. The signals you send out there. Like when I told President Doe when I came from studies 1982, what you do with this Afro hairstyle, your hair shining like this so? He said, oh, he was telling me, you see, back of my in the market again, you want to bring trouble here with rice business. Then that's why I said, but what you do with this kind of big hairstyle? Big Afro like this here. Got somebody taking care of it. He said, what am I going to do with the rice business? I said, got serious to do with the rice. The market women out there, and they got to look at your hairstyle. They know that you take up not less than an hour to put his hairdo together every day. What kind of time do you have, sir, to be fixing your hair like this here, and you'll be concerned about rice? He said that only brought from America. What kind of foolish comment is that? But don't mind him. 3 days later, I saw him with a nice little haircut. He never grew hair again. That's a connection. So Tolbert had an important symbolism. He stopped wearing coat suit. He wanted to appear as a grassroots, that you could find a friend in him. Then the Masonic temple business, as we used to hear, I don't know, Commissioner, whether you were, throwing these little signs in the court. Nobody didn't have time for that, even though he was past Grand Master or something. It looked like he was just piling these things up in him to say, let the old man die. You always see something. So he stopped this Masonic influence thing here. You understand? Supposed to trying to bring it as late as today. It's so good that Mrs. Salif is not in their midst. You'll be throwing sign whole day until your finger cracks up. What's that? And plenty of them are lawyers too. You want to leave the lawyers start throwing all kinds of. That was important, symbolism. Then he was physically fast, speedy. They call him speedy. We were journalists behind him. By the time you get to a place, you better start eating. He said, you're waiting for the president to finish. You better start eating. Because in 5 minutes, he'll be off. He had a name for me. Joseph. The other man wanted me to be George, but he called me Joseph. I said, why you call me Joseph? Because I used to do commentary after the news on TV. He said, you are like Joseph in the Bible. When you say something, it can happen. That's why I'm praying that you don't say anything bad. And he has a little son here today called Joseph. So we'll call each other namesake. His son, John, was my classmate. And then I could see Tolbert too. John, official 5, all 5 used to bring him to school, Simpari High School. And that's all you knew, that he was a vice president's son. Our uniform trousers faded the same way. He didn't have any new uniform. Like my father, he used to come drive us on the road. When it's not raining in his car, he said, I'm going to town, we're 10.4. What kind of man is this? You go into town, you can't drive us to Simpari, take bus. You don't know bitch shot here. Try to find out how the other people who can take bus feel in the bus. He said, what kind of wicked man is this? So that's how Tolbert was. But what I observed, his surrounding was not like that. So I was sorry for Tolbert. He was president, yes. He He wanted to show real African business. He changed the ministry's name from Department of State, Department of Treasury, he said ministry. He changed to Liberian Standard Time. He changed the time. He wanted to do a lot of things. When Dr. Kessley questioned the motto, at the time he was at the foreign ministry, having come home with PhD, and his father was commanding general of the LNG, Liberian National Guard, the equivalent of the armed forces, real commanding general. He went to Sanikole 26-day oration to say that we should change all these things. You know, the love of liberty didn't bring him here. So this was confined to only American Liberians. Nobody had spoken like that before. So people ran the top and said, let's arrest him before the power takes over the government. Sack his power. But Tolbert didn't do that. So when Henry Andrews was dismissed at the Ministry of Information, Kessley was appointed minister and his father was retired honorably. When I gave that commentary after the news and they sent me to unanswered jail behind the mansion there, somebody went to him. This boy is too frisky. And the same boy working at the ministry there. Under Kessley, they didn't even know the difference between ERBC and the ministry. We got to fire him. When Tolbert saw me, he went to go check on some people at the post arcade. So our director of news, I ran there. I can't quite remember who was in jail. So when he was walking out, he saw me. He said, Joseph? I would never answer him when he said Joseph. Alhaji? I said, yes, sir. Come to the mansion. I said, oh, God. So I went to the mansion. While I was going, I said, is there something bad? I said, no, it can't be something bad. Then they would have just locked me up. They can't call you to the mansion and lock you up. You now know big official. So he said, do you know Johnny McLean? Johnny McLean had just been appointed minister. I said, yes, sir. I work under him. He's my mentor. He made me the journalist. He said, that's very good. I said, what happened, sir? He said, because I'm going to appoint you as assistant minister. I said, what? Small boy like me? He said, small boy like you muff on the TV cussing us? I said, but then you should have me dismissed. He said, no. He said, what? Before he said that, he said, where did you get a master's from? I said, no, sir. I got my bachelor from where you got your bachelor and I have not been anywhere else. And I have confidence in the bachelor because if it can make you president, then I can be anything too below that. That's when he asked me about the system. I said, I can't make it. I felt this was a trap. But they had told him to have me dismissed. But he decided that he would promote me if I'm not going to have access to TV, but I'll be a minister somewhere else. And of course you can imagine how the hegemony was feeling about this country labor, Mandingo boy, cussing us on the TV, and they pay him with assistant minister job. So I was the youngest assistant minister in the history of Liberia, and that needs to be confirmed. But I was Tolbert, and he gave me a chance to talk to him. And I used to make critical comments. That's when Benny Warner told me to be his press secretary. Every day he was on the radio condemning the government and other things. But when we got there, after a certain time, when I read the speech, he was adding only one paragraph with me. I said, let me get out of here. I used to be a correspondent of a magazine. When I interviewed Tolbert, asking questions. I used to see his officials in the waiting room gossiping about him. And when he shows up, they all go, yes, sir, Mr. President. I said, my goodness. No shame. Big people. And they were considered his closest. Don't ask me their names, I will not tell you here. That's how he was. By the end of the day, he didn't have the stamina. He didn't have the stamina. What history had bequeathed to him, he didn't have the support of his colleagues with whom He had inherited the power of Totman. They all were officials in the Totman era. Now they were his equals. He was president, yes, but they all had a stake. This was his problem. And in the end, he wanted to be seen as being tougher than what he was. But by then, the boys had checked him up, Stewart and all the boys. They knew he was not that tough. But that was the verdict of history. 130 some odd years of decadence he was carrying on his shoulder. He was not enough because he was pacing behind a running history, and he was walking behind a running history, and he couldn't run to catch up with somebody in front of him that was running. So I believe his philosophy was genuine. Doe, President Doe.
Doe.
Huh?
Yeah, President Doe.
Yes. His
You work with
philosophy.
him closely. How do you feel, about him?
President Doe was,
First to write in history.
President Doe grew in the presidency. I saw him grow from one stage to another. And people quick to pass on blame. Important people come here and make Doe look like he was so powerful that nobody could say "Fwing." Why you didn't choose to say something? Oh, the men are military men. What's about you? So Doe grew up in that place. First, they didn't have confidence. The first day when I saw them, everybody got on goggle shades. 2 cartoons and stop here, I gone. And Weston asking me, oh, you one of the top of remnants? I said, you're a top of remnant too. I'm sorry, sir. Then you sergeant, you officer, even though you're non-commissioned. Kromah started laughing. That's when those say, oh, this man when he used to read news, I would tell everybody in my house to keep their mouth closed. The voice sounded too sweet. So I was able to say that to Weston in the room that day. Second, third day of the coup. I said, you top, all of you here top of remnants. You're non-commissioned officers, but you're officers. So from that time, I saw Doe between a pair of scissors. Everybody was in the government. The progressives were there, quote unquote. The old True Party people were there. Then the non-True Party tribal or so-called country officials were there. At the beginning, it didn't look like competition, but eventually, the PRC people felt that they could wield power. Because I think there was a vacuum. Some sort of competition, discrete competition was going on. And the soldiers saw the opening. They took advantage of it. Of course, some of the progressives were strong enough to express their views. Some people didn't like it. Formula expresses views from time to time, and people that didn't live too long in the cabinet, when the Western thing happened, and you heard his name, you just stay away. But there were other people lobbying here and there. You understand? Oh, I got my brother-in-law in the government, I got my sister, I got this and that close to the PRC, and they took jobs all over the place. At the end, it is all the soldiers. So Doe in the end wanted to be an educated person. I think he wanted to fill up that intellectual vacuum. He got very excited about education. So he arranged for a bachelor degree to be a bachelor program to be undertaken. And I was, later on when he graduated and he had a master's program, the Babangida School, They invited me plus 7 other people to be part of his class. I said, I'm sorry, sir, I don't need his master. Then somebody advised me, don't disrespect the man. I said, oh. I just left it because I was tired now, you know. After being dismissed, doing this, doing that, I was just tired. I said, okay, I'll come to the class. That man will stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. Babangida sent some of the best professors, Nigerian professors that were teaching in the United States. 2 or 3 of them were PhDs in good universities. They were the ones teaching us. Sitting in our class. They will have us study. When they gave us a test, when they gave us the papers after the test, don't want to find out who made what. I said, open you in the paper, he won't do it. So I will close my paper up. Then Edward Slanger will be kicking my foot whole day. That the president, I said, no president in the class, so students. And they will give us time to come and talk. When you look at President Doe's bachelor degree thesis, he was critiquing the United States foreign policy. And after some time, Doe said to me that he wants to pursue a PhD at any of the best universities in America or England. That's when I heard the rumors. People started telling me, oh, they say you're going to be the next vice president. And I think Maniba heard it too. Every time I want to shake his hand, he will frown at his face. I said, oh, this is my big brother. Then I asked Doe one day, this PhD you want to go and get? He said, you sitting down here, I finished sending Dr. Tape already to go fetch a university for me. As soon as I graduate, after the election, I'll be gone. I said, oh, but then, will you participate in the election? He said, possibly. I said, but if you win, how can you go for PhD? He said, that's why I need a very good vice president. And the Constitution says, if the president not there, the vice president can act. I said, no. If you leave it, you'll be leaving it for good. Because that will demonstrate incapacity. You can go spend 2-3 years somewhere, somebody holding. No, it means you have abandoned the presidency. He said, well, good, I talk to you. But he said, anyway, I will go. And the Constitution can be amended. He never told me about the vice president business. So I saw Doe becoming defiant intellectually. Got very excited intellectually. He was analyzing everything now. He was reading books at Personal Library. Kromah, have you read this? I said, I haven't read it. Oh, man. I read it. And when the exam comes, he will do well. But at the end of the day, there have been some decisions taken that were dictatorial, where he was going through a metamorphosis from military to civilian and growing in age and getting mature. We didn't take advantage of that process. Maybe we didn't see the cracks to utilize that vacuum to step in and do certain things opposite of what was happening at other times. When Sergeant Reda has power too much, our military, Kekrapono called me during the election when we had a cabinet something with Grady Addison. Honorable Kekrapono called me to his house behind FE. My son, your father and I were very close. Be careful, this man has money. He has the head of state position right now, and he got the guns. How do you go against men like this? I wasn't surprised. These were our old people, you know. They were not defiant. So I just told him, say, I'm not interested in presidency. What are you giving me this thing for? I'm not member of any political party. So all due respect, so just leave it like that. Because the guns are not supposed to go into the elections. Quite frankly, it was after that I made a statement about dictatorship business.
Taylor.
Charles Taylor?
Yeah.
I think it'd be unfair to Charles Taylor to ask me. But I'll say something brief. You know, when we were members of the Council of State, we used to visit each other. They ran and took all the offices, all the members of the Council of State. When I came, I didn't have any office. I was roaming all over the mansion. I went way upstairs. That was the 8th floor where President Tolbert used to sleep. And Tolbert used to have his family. So I saw the place blocked with some planks. I said, but where can I sit? They want to hire the boy said, Chief, take out the plank, go look inside. I said, this place is messed up, man. Maybe so water has... We got to that place, the only thing we saw was spider web. That's all. I said, my goodness. The whole 8th floor. We went to each bathroom. I said the bathroom door had mirror on it, inside, outside. But how can you use that kind of bathroom here? Place was fine like this. So we were able to clean up the place, and that was my office. And I brought in all these former ministers to advise to us. So around 3, 4, most of the evenings, Taylor used to come upstairs. He said he would come to refresh himself. He said I was a strange person from conversation because I used to talk philosophically. So one day, he told me, he said, Kromah, you were crying. I said, what happened? But man, I'm my first time seeing tears in your eyes. He said, my brother, his big brother, who knows his name? His older brother, he said,
Nielsen?
Huh?
Was it
Nelson
Nielsen?
Taylor. He said he died in Sino. I said, when? He said, several years ago. I said, are you crying for today? He said, yes. I said, Taylor, you sure you're not on opium? You're not high? Then he smiled a little bit. He said, no. It just struck me. I said, you know what's happening to you? He said, no. I said, your soul is returning to your body. And you're just met. I think your soul has figuratively escaped from you. And it's just returned. So your emotions are coming back. No, man, don't cry. Take stride. But let us consider Liberia as our objective. Then, a week later, I went to his office. Taylor had cut off the seal, the Liberian seal picture in one book he saw. Several of them. He put one on his door, inside the door, and he put one in the chair that he was sitting in. Before that, he came to me on the 8th floor again. He said, you know, one of my closest female buddies is in tears. I said, for what? He said, for your business. I said, what happened? He said, the woman came to my office crying. Ganye, how can you allow Alhaji Kromah to go have his office in President Tolbert's apartment? Mandingo man. And she started crying. I said, oh. But she didn't cry. You came and took President Doe's office. His apartment, made your office. She didn't cry for that. Then he started laughing. Now see mindset, John, expressing itself. Because I want someone to be on the 8th floor, that top floor. But I was there. That's what history said. And you never know the future. I was there. Every day I was there for 2 years. In Totman's apartment. I was there. So, coming to the crux. I said, Taylor, what are you doing with this seal thing in your chair? He said, my man, we got to practice You said now over there in a Tottenham place, and I down here in Doe place. I got to practice. The president got to seal. If I'm ordering for some real ones, I'll get you some. I'll get you some. I said, no, thank you. You can keep your seal. Then I saw President Totman and Steve Tolbert pictures hanging on his something there in the office. I said, what are the pictures for? He said, that's what I want to be. I want to be Totman and Steve Tolbert at the same time. I said, you got a serious problem. They got some things in common, but they got opposite things. Totman was a dictator. So you want to be a dictator. Steve Tolbert was a millionaire. So you want to be a millionaire. A dictator millionaire. I said, go for a bet. Shouldn't be president in place. He said, I want to be like Totman. That's how he used to drag his speech. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. So you were copying Totman. Yeah, that's some plaything. I'm saying it because he's alive. I'm sure he will hear some of these jokes. I consider them jokes. So that was his philosophy. He wanted to be Totman and Steve Tolbert, the millionaire, the same time. So then I could understand his psychology. You know, I think he just wanted to be president. And it's one thing to want to be president and nothing else beyond that, and wanting to achieve some things for the country. Because they can put you on a list. You're a president. But what happened? What happened? And I believe I indicated that to our grand old lady, president, my first meeting with her. I have to say it because it's a public issue. I told her, Madam Sirleaf, the election is over. This office you are in, this is where we used to have our Council of State meeting. And you alone here today, we're 6. But I want to tell you one thing. We're all in one vehicle. You are the driver, and we are the passengers. We have one destination. And this is the formula. We may not like each other, but we are in the vehicle. You the driver, we the passengers.
Is that your philosophy?
My philosophy.
All right, let's go ahead.
We will not allow you to drive with speed in the curve. Because it won't be you alone going. The passengers will go too. We will not allow you to drive over the cliff. But you know what? If the vehicle gets stuck up on the hill, you can depend on us, the passengers, to help push it. Because you alone can't make it. It will be our responsibility to help push our vehicle, overcome the summit of the hill, necessary push until they can stop, and then we all go. Why? Because we all are heading for ascetical prosperity. You accept that? She said, I accept it. I said, you have my support. That's my philosophy.
Okay.
Once our objectives have been identified, they should be common. The same way we not allow her to drive with speed, that means advising, etc. The other philosophy I have is spiritual. And that guides me. Because in the study of history, several million years ago, human beings, Homo sapien, have all been traced from black people. All the white studies, black studies, they all lead to tracing the origin of man from the Negroid. So I have convinced myself that Adam and Eve were black people.
You've told us that.
You understand?
Yes.
Adam and Eve were black people. We also know in history that all of the landmass were one. That's why they call Africa the mother continent. They broke up in pieces into the Americas, the Europe, the this and that, but they all were one mass. And that supports the Homo sapien origin. So if Adam and Eve were black, God made a very important decision. But the fact is that we are all great-great-grandchildren of Adam and Eve. All this big discrimination and separation, this and that, I'm white, you black. Cut your skin, what will come out? You think the blood in your body got any kind of race color? No. So therefore, what has driven me, and I got this philosophy from my mother,
Yeah.
which I cherish, who I cherish very much. She said, I don't care how bad somebody is, there is something good inside him. Look for that one good thing in that person and hold on to it. Don't allow the bad in them to overwhelm you. And that's what I was holding on to when I spared the life of Charles Taylor when he came to me.
Okay.
I believe that when we disrespect human beings, we are disrespecting God. Because he's the creator. He took his time. Look at the power God has given human beings as compared to chicken and goats. They just live by instinct. All day, the only thing they look for is food to eat. All animals. That's all they look for. But look what God has done for us.
Yes, we can be grateful for that.
Yes.
And
So you got no reason to disrespect your fellow man. God made you equal. You came from the same parents. That's my philosophy.
all right, coming to how your religion played any role, vice versa you as chairman of ULIMO. I want to say thank you very much for giving this clarity about the founding of the movement for the redemption of Muslim, MRM, that it was not part of the Liberia United Defense Force, which later became ULIMO. Thank you very much for clarifying that, because that was one of the myths and rumors, that implicated others, those who were even members of the movement for the redemption for Muslim, that they were equating them with members of ULIMO.
Oh no.
But you were able to clarify that here on an oath, as you did in the interview given Kromah Disappointment and Denials, October 25th, 2000, that you gave to Sakayong, Maniso, and J. Panando. So at least you confirm what you said in 2005, that you confirmed that there. Thank you very much for seeing it. Now, as a lawyer and a journalist, economist, by birth, it looked like by nature, you do have the gift of talking, and the gift, we call it a gift of gab. We've been hearing this since yesterday till now. You have been able to clarify many of the doubts and the myths. But you said, you brought about the doctrine of respondent superior and the agent, and the superior. Now, you say the superior, that's true, not liable for what the agent does. If you gave, you only liable for the authority you gave. But also,
Let me clarify that. I said the principal is not responsible
for the
criminal
act of the agent.
When that agent was not instructed to go and commit a crime.
Yes, but also, under that same theory, we have something where the principal acquiesce in the acts of the agent. Now, under this situation where it's not tort or contract, but where you have identified ULIMO by being formed by you and General Capet, that ULIMO, and you gave the reason why you went to Sierra Leone. Although we have not provided you with the allegations that others said ULIMO did, but you gave clearly in saying it, and you also gave that in an interview, why you decided to go to Sierra Leone. You talk about the Bakadu massacre, where it was alleged about 600 or quote plus Mandingos were killed. You talk about the Barn Public High School, where they killed again about 700 quote Mandingos. But I also heard you yesterday talking about, well, with the grace of Allah, talking about mostly you fought a guerrilla war. And definitely you are master of propaganda. So most of the things that you said, during the war were just propaganda, because you told us how much you had, $5,000, as well as getting ammunition from Sierra Leone Fuel, and that the own people, your cousins, the Manons and Guillos, with Taylor and other crown people have to give you all that. So based on your art and mastery of propaganda that you learned from your journalistic thing and being in politics, you played it on the international community, you played it on the Liberian people, and you played it on those who took up arms to fight the cause. And you said most of all, in your mother hometown in Swan Mecca, 75 of your immediate relatives were laid on logs and beheaded. One of you is graphic for those who don't want to hear it, or the children to hear it. Is graphic, is like PG already. One of your first cousins were pregnant. They took her head and put her in boiling water and stuck it in her head. So you had a cause, you gave your justification for why you were a victim and survivor, and that's why you went to Sierra Leone. But you also said how you came, and you came with the objective to get rid of the rebels, so you all were anti-rebel forces. You also said ECOMOG, who was the peacekeeping force, asked you to join. You joined with maybe IGNU or the other group here, because IGNU, I think, came for 1 year according to the terms. They stayed 4 years, and about 7 defense forces were organized under the leadership of IGNU. So you joined them and you fought. My other colleagues asked for the liability. Yesterday you said you were sorry for anything you've done to anyone, that's personally. But the TRC Act says we should facilitate, initiate, grow and investigate gross violation and abuses of human rights by people in power, authority in Liberia, to see whether there was systematic pattern of abuse, and we should determine whether such violation was the result of deliberate planning on the part of the authority or movement or groups, and ensure accountability. Now, if you came, or your group came to get rid of the the rebels who were using gun, and you had to cut steel with steel, definitely didn't you foresee, especially with your legal mind, with all your knowledge of politics played in it, didn't you foresee that there would have been casualties? That's number one. And the responsibility to make sure that as you went from point to point with all your generals, that they had such control over the men, because on the way you all were going with volunteers, and most of those volunteers were not trained soldiers, that there would have been some casualties of Liberians. So what did you tell them to go to Monrovia, and how did you expect them to wipe out the rebels?
Okay, thank you. You see, you mentioned something very critical in the TRC Act.
Yeah.
Systematic.
Yes. Pattern.
Systematic means that is your decision, that is your goal, that is your objective. And you are intentionally pursuing it, so it becomes a system, the modus operandi with which you are working. And it has to be like that, because not all killings are unlawful, as you know that.
Yes, especially in war.
You see, and when you are
violation of international humanitarian law.
Exactly.
Children, prisoners of war, schoolhouse, hospitals.
Exactly. And I got my master's degree in two specialized areas. One of them is international humanitarian law, law of war, the Geneva Conventions and its protocols. We're very much familiar with how even civilians ought not to do certain things. But I can tell you that we didn't use propaganda per se. It was strategy. Because we didn't have money, we didn't have arms. But mainly, we knew that if we go to fight, we already had information that most of those people were recruited from our areas. So there was a likelihood that we would be killing ourselves. I can tell you, and they can all testify, the fighting that took place between ULIMO J and ULIMO K carried more soldiers than the fighting that took place between MPFL and ULIMO. We didn't come here to join IGNU. I want to correct that. It was one battle, 1992 Octopus, was specifically invited militarily by ECOMOG, not as some system of administration, because it was hellfire in this town. I don't know whether you were here. Helter-skelter all over the place. And so they came for us to help. And we're not boasting, but I think we were the leading combatants that day. And we thank God, at the end of the day, we helped to protect about 1.4 million people in this town. That's what they told me, about 1.4 million people were here. And that was our aim. After we had protected this place, our mission for Monrovia was over. And we returned to our bases. So we didn't come to join IGNU or any other group to do anything, but we came for the protection of Monrovia and were invited by ECOMOG.
Monrovia then was under the interim
government
of national unity.
Yes, IGNU. That was the situation. And we did not come, we came to rescue people. And I've read some of them, the newspapers. They are all here. We've taken over this place, 2,000 people rescued.
Will you give us a copy of those newspapers?
Exactly, I will make photocopies. Right in here, all over this place. And not one paper, Inquirer, The Eye, Open Borders, as they said, we're stopping people from crossing. Here is it, The Eye. In fact, in one of the newspapers, they said that when I just come, they said I volunteer to help combat armed robbery. Armed robbery. I went to visit the Monrovia Central Prison. We're not going to concede. Okay?
How did you combat it?
Combat what?
The armed robbery. Okay. What was the strategy, or what modus operandi did you use?
Oh, one of the things you had to do, as you said, was to put together a package on radio and television that you have to scare them. If we see any armed robbery, just the fact that this, what year is this? There's the new Democrat, Tom Kamara. He said,
any relationship?
No. Well, I know him, we're all friends. But in fact, he's been more critical of me than most newspapers. By my talking, and it can make a difference, that when I accept armed robbery in town here, some armed robbers got scared. He said, these are the guys coming from the bush. You try it with them, you'll see. But that's the language I was speaking. I said, if you try it with me, you'll see. No armed robbery. Then I went to the prison compound to see what was there. Central prison. Some of the inmates informed Kromah that they have been denied justice by the courts for their future to try them. He later told Deputy Justice Minister Komosaka to furnish his office with a comprehensive list regarding conditions of the inmates for appropriate action. Then he went to the JFK. He was told There are numerous problems hindering the smooth operation of the center, including the lack of medical equipment, lack of fuel oil for the center's generator, among others. He promised to do his best to alleviate these problems. There's a man who's supposed to be killing people up in the bush in County Monrovia. He went to the hospital. He going to the central prison. He's warning armed robbers. Those two things can go together.
Strategy.
Strategy was real. Strategy was real.
Yeah.
You understand? So MRM was confined to Guinea.
Yes.
In fact, when we're looking for names, somebody said, let's call MRM. Everybody boo the person. So sometimes when people came from Guinea to go to Sierra Leone, they say, oh, the MRM people. The MRM people coming from Conakry. But at the end, we all were known as ULIMO. So I wanted to clarify that area.
Yes, this Jahahama or that Muslim word for help, was that the motto or something of ULIMO?
Which group? What name?
Name of that thing with Jahanama.
Oh.
What that was one of the fighters' name?
Maybe that was Jahanama means help.
Help, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we heard a lot about that. But before going, we'll talk later, I will ask questions, but time will not permit. But Lieutenant, retired General, this morning, Duba was here this morning. He mentioned Flansamington, so that's what brought it up.
Okay.
And being that you were the radio man or assistant minister or whatever it is, you will know, even things you were not there, you will know because you've always been a well-informed person. I asked him about Flansamington and whether or not it was not, remember we saw Flansamington on TV and he was sitting down naming the names of people who were with a plot. But he said, no, it was Flansamington alone. But do you remember the incident? Because like we saw him reading Kessley, Sawyer, and some of the Kutuan names of future political aspirants. Do you remember the incident? And did these people at some time later or in jail, go to jail? You remember the incident?
Yes, I think it was on television, and they said he wanted to overthrow Doe.
Yeah.
And they arrested him. And so they said he had confessed.
Yes.
So they brought him, and he had some list.
Yeah.
He was calling the names of people who were supposed to have planned a plot with him. But then it looked like he forgot. And he was saying, and then he decided to refer to his note.
Yes.
Okay. And that looked very suspicious.
Yes.
Like something had been written and given to him, saying, when you go there, call these people names. And then his mind blocked. He couldn't remember the other names. That's how it appeared. But it's very possible he could have written it himself.
Yes.
All right? So I cannot make judgment like that to say, because it looked that way, therefore it was.
It did occur, what I mean, the incident of him being on TV and calling names and with this paper. You remember the incident?
I remember the incident.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
The last question, because though on the day of the PRC government, they brought in those who were in jail, the progressive and the Moja, some of the Moja people who were not in jail. And they worked along with Doe for some time. You did talk about that in an interview. And later they fell out. Do you recall in 1983, the letter that was written by Yancey, who was then Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, in which he referred to Doe on the strategy for remaining in office beyond 1985. Like the first thing, remove all known Moja and PP sympathizers from the public eye through reassigning or dismissing them. And second, re-establish diplomatic tie with the state of Israel. Adopt a sharp stand in both the domestic and international arena against Soviet policy. dissipate all domestic opposition through strategy if possible, crush with force if necessary, and among other things. You know, do you recall that letter?
Yeah, it was a big scandal here because it was supposed to be secret letter,
Yeah.
and someone said the secretary to Ramsey leaked it out. And Ramsey was angry even though he denied that he ever wrote the letter.
Yeah.
But what I want to say, are you finished with the question?
Yeah, I'm finished. I just want to ask you, remember? 'cause
Well, let me tell you this. I think they were just picking fuss with the so-called progressives. Nobody was working as a group of Moja people, as Moja in the government. Neither was anybody working as a group of PPP people. Yes, their members have been appointed in the government, but they were not working together and said, this is our Moja strategy, this is our PPP strategy. No, of course, their followers went to them to talk at the various ministries, but I didn't see any evidence of group planning to say this is what we want to do in the government. But their members were important people, they were public figures, and they talk things on an individual basis. Because when the Western thing came out, it looked more ethnic. Why did they pick up Oscar Quia from PPP and Tipote from Moja? So it was not a Moja or PPP business. The Southwestern, as a Southeasterner, trying to interact with Tipote and Quia. They saw them like that. They just happened to have fallen in a radical impression. So there was a little bit of a geopolitical insertion there. So I never saw them working as a group within the government to want to do this or do that. So the letter was off tangent. The other thing is that I just figured out it was a waste of time, that letter. Right around elections time. You know, Ramsey was a Tutma man. A Tutma man. The press secretary to Tutman. He was very close to Tutman. So he was part of the True Party. Even though he was a countryman, but he had assimilated, with all due respect to him and honor to his memory. Because I remember when I returned from America, from further studies, 1982, and I was appointed Director General of LBS, the same day that Sawyer had said that I would be appointed as Chairman of the Department of Mass Communication. And he told me, he said, I'm going to appoint you tomorrow, but maybe by then the government appointment will come. I said, I will still be teaching you, I don't have to be the chairman. And it did come. So Ramsey, the head of state told me that ELBC was in a mess, and I saw that people hadn't been paid, all kinds of things. So I put an announcement in the air to say that we'll give you up to the end of November. No matter who you are, we'll send you your bills, because the PRC decree indicated that government agencies had to pay. So I put up the announcement that at this time you have to pay. You don't pay, we will not put you on. And the deadline came and passed. Then they brought, SSS car brought announcement, urgent, from the mansion. Mrs. Doe is having a meeting this weekend, calendar tea meeting. I think Mrs. Tolbert used to have the same calendar tea. So they adopted it. So they went down to the sales department and said, where the money? So, oh, we're coming from the mansion, you're asking for money. They said, but then go to the Director General office. So they brought them in. Yes, sir, Chief, the people down there, they're confused, they're talking about bring money. I said, yes, I told them. He said, well, Chief, you know that the mansion. I said, yes. The mansion is not exempted in the PRC decree 21 and 22. You owe $18,000 US. You have to pay. Oh, then they went outside and called Minister Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey called me on the phone. So he said, you're not putting our announcement on. I said, no, sir, I didn't say that. I said, you should pay, then we put it on. There's a difference. We should pay? I said, yes, sir. He said, the hands that, you want to bite the hands that feeds you? I said, the hands that are supposed to feed me are not feeding me. That's how come you're getting this kind of response. He said, thank you. He walked in President Head of State Doe's office. He said, this is a new, young bookman that come. Fresh-skinned man. The man said he can put an announcement on. Oh. Said Doe said, I sent for the man. Oh, Ransom was happy. He didn't know what was up. The head of state Doe said, Kromah, you said you can't put the first lady announcement there. I said, yes, sir. So why? I said, because the mansion owes. And you told me to go by the law. And the law says they're supposed to pay. So administratively, I have to deduce that delinquent people after the deadline will have to pay. He said, how much they owe? I said, yeah, the people, yeah, I sent copies to them ever since. They owe $18,000. Mr. Ramsey said, yes, Mr. Head of State. That true? Yeah, that's true, but I mean, there's a mansion you say, you don't pay, the announcement will not go. Get out of my office. So Ramsey ran, I don't know where they got that money from. $18,000 was paid by check. I told him which account to pay it to. I was surprised. So I put an announcement there. I said, we want to thank the exiled mansion for liquidating their debt. You know how much we received by the end of the month? $1.2 million US. Because Alice was sitting out there, they had a program, Armed Forces and you. You know? Armed Forces or something. We get paid, man, as government place. When he heard the marshal thing, he paid 1 year in advance. That's how they ran. So that was just a fake sort of thing that wasn't going to go anywhere, that letter. They are the ones who wanted for Doe to run, Mrs. Doe. They didn't want for Doe to run. He said, you become president, head of state, we came from the barracks. This thing finished, let it stay so. Just make sure that we have a place to live, government gave us some money, and things will be all right. But you know, she didn't want a job. So those who wanted power and job, they wanted for Doe to continue. So it was very bad politics. Very bad politics. But so was the day. Thank you.
And so was it done. Thanks very much.
I don't want to add that. Then you'll be repeating somebody. Frank Tolbert and Richard Tolbert.
Sorry, I didn't remember none of them.
Yes. You didn't remember Richard Tolbert?
No, I said I didn't remember what they said. I've heard that over and over before.
No, they said it. But I don't think it means anything really. Just maybe by coincidence, just an expression, a cliche expression.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Brother, you laugh at me? Sorry for you. And I drink about 7 bottles of water.
Thank you very much, Alhaji, for your testimony. I would like to ask you a few questions. I want to take you back to the time ULIMO came from Sierra Leone. You said they were trained in Sierra Leone. Could you kindly tell us how many men were trained that time? Or how many number?
I cannot remember the exact number, but when they enter in a very small, because you had to cross the Mano River. And remember one of our first officers, Amadou, got drowned, sinted memory, and he didn't even have weapon. But so there was a small group that crossed. I don't know the exact number because it was an ongoing training in trauma base.
So during that training, as a law professor, were they trained in terms of the wars of law?
At the time, I was not a professor, but I was a lawyer. I had graduated from the Louis Arthur School of Law honors. And what was even more important, because people can know law and know the rules, etc., but there has to be a catch to contain and guide people's behavior. The civilian aspect why are you going to fight in the first place? Whom are you going to fight? It makes a big difference. There are some people who teach people to say, go and fight your enemies. Take over their houses. When the war finishes, any house you're able to take it. But we knew that only Taylor alone that came from Artington. He didn't have anybody on the front from Artington. So we knew we were going to fight Morrison. So we had to tell them, first of all, you even got enough weapons. You wouldn't shoot when you are shot at, or to disable a military operation so you can advance. Because once, and this is the order I gave that in the beginning, somebody didn't understand how to explain. I said we are fighting this war to disarm people who got arms. Chief, how you can disarm somebody who got arms? I said, whatever way you can make somebody to be converted into a civilian, that is your challenge. Whether you can scare the person, whether you can turn the pen, this big iron pen, how do you call it? You know what I mean? Not a rubber pen, the big metal pen. If you turn it around and take some small rocks and you play with it, it can produce a sound of machine gun. We use that too. And they'll say, my goodness, 200 armed men coming from ULIMO side. They'll start throwing their weapons and running. I picked that up from the PAIGC. That's what they did. Produce gun sound. And people who can see you, they will run. You understand? So we told them all of these things. Be careful. You may be putting bullets in your own head. And sometimes when these guys, when we talk to them on the radio, they're running away to come to our side. It's not only they alone who come. I remember there was a Grebo guy who came along with one of them, with one of the groups. And I made him one of my AG camp. When I'm sleeping in the room, this former MPF guy, I forgot his name, he was Grebo, light skin. Maybe one of you guys know, remember. He used to stand to my door, nobody between him and my bedroom. We're trying to demonstrate something. They said the man will cut your throat one night. I said he can't, he won't. The commander of the small boy units, Alvin Cooper, I told you last night, when we captured Banga, we used to see him on those video documentaries from London. He was there. They called me on radio. I said, you'll collect him and bring him. My son's bed, Adama, was his bed. They slept together in the bed. And the refugee school that we set up, CIA, Conakry International Academy, he was there in the school with my son, Alvin Cooper. I think he got relatives in town here. You understand? So that is the mentality that we had to give to the fighters. Because you're not with them, as people have indicated, in the bush. So something had to be in their brain. And the thing that can mess up the brain is the opium thing. When you take opium, you get messed up. So that's why I emphasize on this opium business. Cigarette can lead you to opium. I can't tell you nobody smoking behind me. But it was our policy to prevent these kinds of things. They look simple, but they were important. So the mindset that you're going in there, you had not fought in Liberia before, you are doing fighting in Sierra Leone. You are going over there now to rescue. That's the key word, Madam Commissioner. Rescue. And I'll give you copies of all these things. So rescue business here, 2,000, 900, 1,000, 300. So rescue business. So that's what we train them to do.
You said you enter with few number.
And increase.
Increase. Now, did you have any training base in your control area?
We had a training base in Kromah, Kenema. But as we moved on, we had a Major Colley, John Colley, a Loma fellow, who was a regular AFL soldier. And Konopoka, yeah. Konopoka was a well-trained, disciplined soldier. I think he's in town here. And I used to go on he set up training bases in Tottenberg. Anywhere we had large concentration, we opened training in Zozo. And the syllabus was from Kromah base. Konopoka, he trained for like real military, running with t-shirts, taking exercises, singing songs. You can't do this, you can't do that. And we even set up, I just remember now, a judicial committee. They want to call it tribunal. John Colley was the one heading the tribunal, the judicial committee. And he knew about UCMJ. He knew everything about military law. Whole day he was talking about it. He said he could talk too much.
How was the recruitment done? How did you recruit the people for training? The recruitment for...
Oh, people volunteered. They come, they say we want to join. And then some of those guys that came from NPFL, we had to retrain them. Because they didn't have the same inspiration.
And how long they were trained for?
Oh, it depended. We will evaluate those that are coming, the commanders, and then we'll ask them questions, we'll fill up forms, sometimes no form, no paper. What were you doing? How many battles you involved with? This and that. Why you joined Taylor? And most of them will say, oh, they just collected us from here. So, well, these are our own people. But these people were inspired with fun of, they didn't run away because of being cowards. But because of what we convinced them, we were asking them who near you from Arlington. So they felt they were fools. So when they came back, we said, look, the same process we use for you to come, we expect you to know that we'll continue that process. So we should send them to the back of a territorial military operation. They will go to the back to put up, especially with that RUF in our back there up in Quardu and Upper Lofa. We will put them and they will serve as guards. We didn't want to put them in front of us who were going to attack the NPFL for obvious reasons. But they were giving reorientation and debriefing. Okay? So they had to change to become like us. So we had that mind. Say, the fact that you are here, you are convinced to come here because we didn't want to engage you in firefighting, that underlies our policy here. Don't bring no NPFL operation here. You're among your family.
Now, in terms of figure, if I can take you from Akulu, you say you had about 10,000 men. In terms of gender, how many women you had comparing to men?
There were few, what we call them the wax. You know, there were few. There were not that many. But they played very important roles.
Did they disarm the wives?
Well, in the first place, even the men didn't have enough arms. So once in a while, maybe the vice commander, 2 or 3 persons who in a particular area proved to be good fighters, and we wanted them also to be able to, in a given place, to be able to help to protect if they were attacked. Yes, they were giving arms, but they were few, as in everything here in the country, in Africa. This is why this gender balance thing is an important policy.
I know you may not have been in all the area at the same time, but based on information, did you receive any information as to how the prisoners of war were treated in your area?
In our area? We used to be happy because we wanted to convert them. We didn't have enough manpower, we didn't have arms, we didn't have ammunition. So we didn't have prisoners. As I was telling you, we will enroll them immediately, especially the military boys now. When we saw, because they were the only prisoners. I mean, only the military could be prisoners as far as we're concerned.
What can you tell us about J. Apollo Swim?
J. Apollo Swim. Okay, 2 things. One, I think when they took over Kagata or somewhere, they brought, they invited the NGOs. I even have one paper here. He appealed for rice and other things. One day, they said he had fought, I think he had won Nimle, maybe Nimle, I don't know what is the exact name. They said they were former MPFL officers who joined ULIMO and they were stationed in Kakata. Then I just saw Colonel Tikala, one of our commanders. He said, we have locked up, we brought Nimle and Swen. They are MPFL connivers and they passing on information, all kinds of things. I said, where are they? He said, they're in Tottenham Borough here. And somebody said, well, they were saying, you have to carry them to the chief. Because it looked like he will not understand what's happening. Somebody said, no, you got to carry them. So they brought the information. So I called Apollo Swen and Nimle. I don't know whether they're still living or they've died. I don't know. I lost track of them. And I said, what is about this accusation that you're doing all of these things here, you pass information? He says it's a lie. I said, but why people will lie on you? So we asked the Judicial Committee, John Colley. So then carry on the investigation and find out what's happening. So he carried on the investigation and he said, well, they are suspected of passing on information. I said, suspected? We ask you to investigate, and then you say they are suspected? He said, well, we're still investigating. Then the guy said, you see how we told you? They made an on-the-mile operation. I said, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And people started laughing. So I asked somebody that was in Mane River, Congo. I said, these guys who like MPFL people, especially people who they figure our clothes to tailor. So carry these people here to Mane River, Congo. Or somebody, some I don't know what it was, Gallo or somebody that was doing some work there. I said, don't put them in jail. Let them just be far from here so that they can make this guy blood to run to the head. So they carried them to Mane River, Congo, and they were there. I think they were doing some farm work or something. And I don't remember what happened after that, but I heard again that they had rejoined MPFL, and some say, oh, they joined ULIMO J when the fighting broke out. And that was the last time I heard of them. I don't know whether they're in town here, I don't know. Somebody told me Nimle had died, but I was not in a position to confirm that. And sometimes they don't answer. I'm not too sure what I saw Swen. He sent me a letter or something, said he wanted to come and meet me to discuss some political issues. But I've lost track of him since then.
But he was with ULIMO.
Yes, he was with ULIMO from Kakata. There where he was when he left NPFL.
That's about in Lofa.
But I don't remember him being in Lofa.
They remember?
No. If he went there, I'm not aware. I'm not aware.
I want us to go back to Swen. There are information that 67 children were released by ULIMO K.
How many?
Children, 60 of them were released by you. Can you comment?
I don't know what I mean by release. Were they in jail?
I mean, they were in the camp, they were hungry, there were no food around.
I can tell you this. I don't, just how I can tell you that I don't know when you tell me bad things. When you tell me good things I don't know about, or I've forgotten, I will also tell you that. We took over Swine Maka, which was rare because that's my navel string, even though my parents were in Monrovia, but I was really born in Juanita, Swine Maka district. And I don't like to go into that story, quite frankly, because it's very emotional what happened there. But they were crossing. As the MPFL got there, they would cross and go into bomb mines through the ferry, Maka. No, the Big Gebe and Small Gebe. And my cousin Goba, he's right here. He was one of those who kept running away. And my other sister, who was my cousin, I told you about with this head being put on the logs, etc. And the situation, the place was totally destroyed. As late as 2003 when I came back, there was no one hut in Juanita. One hut. They are some of the longest serving displaced people. Up to 2003, they were still at the VOA camp here.
So what happened to them? The children and the inhabitants there?
Well, as we rescued them, they went back to their regular towns, just like other civilians. That's one thing I wanted to tell you. The civilians cooperated with us so much. Without them, it would be so difficult. Like Digay, way up there in the Popol area, close to the river, St. Paul River. The civilians were the ones that used to come. They would tell the MPFL they bring in their oil to sell. And they would come and say, the MPFL post stay there. And then we arranged. They're going back. They said we will pretend that they came for their relatives to go get some more oil to come and sell. And our soldiers would go there with them. And way in the night, they just entered their houses, took all the arms. And most of the time, they didn't have any ammunition. So the civilians help us in that forest area. So once we've taken the area and secure it, and make sure that they were not, the town that they were going to were not a target or was not in danger, then we let them stay. We try to look for their relatives and parents. Since most of the people on that side of fighting were already from there, they will say, Ilawa Bear, what's your name? You call somebody's name and somebody calls somebody, and in the end, we find out that, people had their relatives, but they were just right around the place. But I don't remember, quite frankly, to say that these are 60 children that we found gathered one place. I don't remember that.
In Zaza, some young men were executed because they were being, labeled as supporter of NPFL.
Supporter? And he was not a military man?
No.
I'm not aware of that. This is totally contrapositive to what I was saying that we shouldn't do. You have to look at people track. When the Commissioner Bull talk about the act and systematic, that was not a systematic example of what we were doing. We're always looking for recruits. And we felt the best way to win the war was for people who were fighting on the other side, war of attrition, to run away and come to us. If we're going by people supporting MPFL, you wouldn't have met the population you met in the places. We did not do anything when the guy was holding arm. Made him, and I will get his name, that guy from Maryland. He keeps coming to my mind. He was my bodyguard from MPFL. The little boy who they said was very, very vicious. He and my son were sleeping on the same bed. I didn't doubt him. Maybe he could get up in the night, cut my son's throat. But we work on his mind. then why would this fellow from Zozo, where my grandmother's from, will be singled out? I'm not aware of that.
Thank you very much, sir,
You're welcome.
for clarifying this.
Amen, loyal.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, coming to testify.
Your call, whatever you need? Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir.
Some of the questions which I wanted to ask have been asked already.
Okay.
But among those questions, I would like to reframe one, and that is, you define ULIMO not as rebel entity.
Anti-rebel.
Yeah, but anti-rebel, resistant
Movement.
those who have rebelled against. What would you say when the people, when someone said that it was a warring faction?
Yeah, that's true. We're a warring faction. We're a militia group. We're a resistance movement. But we're not rebels nor warlords. That warlord specifically came here from political people living around Mamba Point. When they started hearing the Somalia business, they say, oh, we got some names for Kromah there. And it stuck. Every time people talk about us, especially our non-friends, in some of the newspapers, they will say warlord, Faradid and all those people.
It is now held by United Nations family that it is impracticable to prosecute all perpetrators, but can only hold people who play the greatest role in the warring factional activity. If you are branded as one of those, what will you say?
I'll have to challenge the individual. Because when you say play the greatest role, it's a subjective reference. What is greatest? You up front with uniform on you, or you behind the scene? Who is the greatest? Or is it determined by your direct role in violating international law, the Geneva Convention? What is your role? Is it automatic because you are a leader, so you have the greatest responsibility? Was Charles Taylor part of the government in Sierra Leone? Was he part of the army? Was he on the front with Frederick Sankor? So what is the greatest role? When you are asking for greatest role in Liberia, the net will have to be so wide. Who released Charles Taylor? He passed through Burkina Faso. He trained in Libya. Was supported in the Ivory Coast by some big families and Ivorian leadership. Charles Taylor is not a Sierra Leonean. What are you doing at The Hague? Greatest role? If you bring me like that, you have to prove it. Not because I was leader of ULIMO, so I played the greatest role. To do what in the first place? I play a very great role in trying to be lawful. As this newspaper telling you. Rescuing people. Reported by not one newspaper, different types of newspaper were competing. Once they could get information, they reported it, 9,000, 900, 2,000. That's the greatest role I'm playing. But if you are talking about greatest role in doing damage, I'm far from that. If you put me there, that's your own little decision. And God will have you to answer for it, and the Liberian people will do so too. So, I'm very free in my mind. Thank you, sir.
Well, you will agree with me as a professor, a lawyer, and a leader of a warring faction demoralizes youth, traumatizes women, men, and vulnerable people. It produces more orphans, widows, and widowers. It taints relationship with suspicion and mistrust. It affects adversely the fighters themselves. Now that you have transformed, if not the faction, your very self and objective into a political party, what is your party doing toward rehabilitation of these effective people, if not all, at least those who were fighting for ULIMO or ULIMO K, and those areas that they have control over?
All right, in the first place, we never transform into a party. So ULIMO is not synonymous to ARCO. We'd like to have that clear. The people who organize ARCO had absolutely nothing to do with ULIMO's formation, even though many people identify with us from those areas. And the leadership also reflects that. John Farnboy, the late John Farnboy, all these people knew nothing about ULIMO. And Omen Barrio, our first chairman who died from natural causes in the Ivory Coast, knew absolutely nothing. So it's not a ULIMO party. Secondly, we encourage most of our fighters and commanders to active in civilian life, to the extent that they even ran on the ticket of ARCOB and other parties to become members of the House of Representatives. For example, facing Jakite in the last election, we had two of them there on the Ghana's-Way Highway, and they said they were cheated anyway. But facing Jakite and Mohammed Masale, called Mandingo, they ran to be members of the House of Representatives, and they have NGOs building school buildings and wells and stuff like that. So we encourage them to form NGOs to help each other. Some of them have a security guard service. They're being hired by important companies. Fat Papa, that's his nickname. He has one. And they're all around the place. We encourage them that the war is over. And you know what? During the first election, 1995, I went to Banga, and I went to Ganta, where there was the MPFL bastion, mostly Grey Mana people. And we engaged the former fighters there. Many of my followers who were going with me on that delegation ran away when we crossed the river to go into Ganta. They said I was going there to commit suicide. I said, all right. So we got there and we collected all the MPFR generals and we told them the war was over. And General Zach, the biggest general there, he said, I will vote for whom I want to vote for, even though I'm former MPFL. He was carrying a newspaper. So from there, from our opponent, We struck the need for them to participate now, not in war anymore, but in political activities, to vote, because this is what we came for, to vote. So we cannot provide for everybody, and that's why this NDDR, this Armament Commission, we've been advocating for it to carry on its work. They've opened a lot of schools, training vocational schools, with a lot of former combatants, and it is still there. Then they have the veteran commission that's supposed to be set up. I don't know how far that has gone. I don't know whether the former combatants are veterans, but it should be done in such a way that they can deal with the former combatants. Last year, and some part of this year, I successfully discussed with Madam President Salif for government support. Because when you get out there in the streets, former combatants, non-former combatants, crippled people, all kinds of people, young graduates from the University of Liberia, no jobs. So I've suggested that we set up what they call the Vendors Corporation, so that we introduce some new way of empowerment, that these people, 5 categories, former fighters, handicapped people, women, individual women from the Marketing Association, these people who are displaced on the street, they have stalls, and they say that they couldn't sell anymore. Government told them to leave, those people. And then young graduates who don't have jobs. Those 5 groups can get together, organize a Vendors Corporation with government backing, get money, instead of picking up things from the Lebanese store. Maybe I shouldn't say that here, they will get privy to it. Go and order your own things. A lot of people go into China bringing containers. The things that you're selling on the streets, picking up from the Lebanese and Indian stores, go and order them. Your company can get money from the bank with the support of the government, so that you start selling your own things. But the most important part of that is that you have share in the company. You buy share in the company, and you want to sell for the company, you sell for the company, but you have shares. You'll be the owners. And then you have maybe only 20% of the entire capital share that will go out to other people who are not in your category. And the president thought that was a very good idea. I said, well, I don't want to be coming here to you, so give me somebody so to be contacting. So they gave me the Minister of Commerce, who was transferred the next day. And then the new Commerce Minister also was contacted, Francis Johnson Morris, and we'll have some meetings to go through to try to really reactivate that. We want to pick up people in the community to serve on the interim board of directors. So we believe that that is a very good opportunity for people to leave the streets, for them to leave armed robbery, for them to become their own, become owners of their own operation, their own businesses, the Yana boys, because we've identified them into categories, those that sell different things. For individual women, market women, to be able to participate in the Vendors Corporation. I believe the Japanese model of economic theory and practice, they always try to give opportunity to the workers to buy shares. And once you know you are an owner in a particular operation, you'll be more careful, you'll commit yourself to it. So we should experiment with this. I think it will help a whole lot to empower those who are out there on the street.
We know our act provides, the act of the TRC provides every Liberian, or every person for that matter, the right to appear before this commission to exonerate him or herself when that person conscientiously believed that he or she plays no role in what has been said about him or her. We also believed that during the campaign, you traveled through the land and the birth of this country, if not all, but major part of it. And you saw for yourself, coupled with your interaction with people as a politician.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
As a couple with your interaction
Okay.
with people as a politician, you might have come to the conclusion with sightseeing and believing that indeed the war did ruin the social, cultural, social, economic, and social political fabrics of our nation. Now my question is, taking into consideration of what took place in Liberia and where we stand now as people and nation, what is your posture? Proud person or someone who regretted of the war? And where do we go from here?
First of all, anything that runs against my philosophy, as I've explained here, descendants of Adam and Eve, cherishing life, cherishing the right to be happy. Anything running against those things, we have to abhor, we have to detest. We have to detest. We didn't bring war to Liberia. This whole war situation has to be regretted. I mean, they say PPP did some things. They were agitating, they didn't have arms in the street as far as I know. But they didn't bring war to say that there's a way we have to solve the government change problem. Tibota wearing his car tire to make Regime and vex. Look at our boy, PhD. He said you wear good clothes on you. Can't put on Varshay and fix a car tire. What are you trying to say? We know your power, Mr. Roberts. You know Tibota needs to be a root of robbers. When Kim and Chi need a Tibota, that made him angry. So that was a strategy to wear them off. Of course, a coup is a coup. Military coups take place, different places. So that was their approach. And when Taylor invaded the country, and that old man was saying, giving the parable about the goat business, that was their strategy. To start, but it failed. The first plan failed because that group that came across was only a backup. They wanted to overthrow the government immediately. That's why they sent these men to Monrovia who confessed on television. And those who entered from Butuo and those places, they didn't realize that the plan had failed in Monrovia, to my estimation. So they were just forced. They couldn't go back. They couldn't come in front freely. But they continued the war from that distance. And I don't know what kind of a training that was given, instruction that were given. Whether we should try to avoid ethnic prejudice. But I didn't think the people of Lima County wanted that. Nobody wanted that kind of operation because they themselves were victims We all know that big leaders of Nimba, Jackson, Doe, etc. They were victims. Anybody who stood out like, if the war ended, you would be important, and you would be a rallying point for MPFS soldiers, you were taken down to give way to the non-Gyo Mana people. What happened to Doki? Even after the elections, he was taken down. When you were going to Nimba for wedding or something, he was taken down for what? Because he was a big public figure. He was a rallying point for the Gyo Mana people. So they suffered. They suffered. So this war has to be evaluated and analyzed. How was it fought? Who came with what? From the inception, Taylor said he was going to be president. First he said he just wanted to get rid of Doe. Maybe that was the plan that his supporters had with him. By the end of the day, by the time he announced that he would be taking over and rule for 5 years. I remember that in Financial Times. It was hitting in one small little place. So we took it out and blew it up on the air. He had a real intention of man. He said he will rule for 5 years. And even after that, he doesn't know whether he believed it. That was a disappointment to his partners, some of whom may have been ambitious also. So they tried to convince him, I guess, because he's a big talk man. So nobody should be happy that war came to this country here. That's why we all should try to prevent war. And I believe that's one of the reasons that this TRC is here. And I would like for the TRC to let us know about the progress of reconciliation in this country. Because they say truth and reconciliation. I heard that some people have hugged each other in some towns. But how many public figures, opinion leaders that you identify across the divide have hugged each other? That's the most important part, I believe, of your job. Because sometimes people get the impression that you're being pushed to identify people for prosecution. Then you have to have a very large coat. Nobody is free in this place here from it. Nobody. Who got a greater responsibility is not going by uniform. You want to call them rebels? They have both blue and white collar rebels. So let's lay that one side. Besides, your constitution says that you cannot get anybody to furnish evidence against himself. And so you've invited people to come and say the truth, nothing but the truth. But as a legal aspect. So the objective here is to prevent war, to prevent calamity, to nurture functional democracy, to learn how to respect each other. You can't force anybody to like somebody. But let us develop a system that will engender respect, mutual respect, and tolerance. Don't judge me by my religion. Don't judge me by my tribe or non-tribe. Look at me as someone who is entitled to all of the rights provided for by the Constitution, international law, and the statutes. And most importantly, as a creature of the Almighty God. Respect me for that. So that's the answer. We regret the war, but we should do everything possible And we should not ignore those things that bring war. They paying dead business. Proxy. You want to represent somebody. Fixing the future for elections. This other person look like they will participate in election. So we got to do something. Everybody got a long tail. And we are all our tails are mixed up and connected in this country. You can't do something to one person and you haven't done it to somebody. And you will never know. I was shocked when I came 2003, Mr. Commissioner. I met one Mr. Cooper. I wouldn't call his first name, because I didn't tell him that I was going to call his name here. And we're talking about the execution of the 13 people who were tried by the Supreme Military Tribunal, 1980. He said, you know something, Kromah? This 13 number, I'm supposed to be a big Congo man, but do you know that my great-grandfather was among 13 chiefs who were executed in Upper Lofa around 1916, 1918? I said, you're joking. He said, yes. 13 chiefs were executed by the delegation from Monrovia because they didn't join Vaflo Colley and the other people to decide in giving Northern Lofa County to the government, placing it under the jurisdiction of Monrovia. He said they were not only executed, but their daughters were brought to Monrovia and some settlements. One of those women was the mother of my father, Mr. Cooper. This is a rare man talking to me. Oh, look at everything about him supposed to be the typical so-called Congo. He said, so my father's grandfather was executed among 13 people, and his daughter brought here forcibly. And so my father was born out of her. And so that was my grandmother. So when the 13 people were executed, my father said, what goes around comes around. I said that he was just saying out of emotion. The life of one single individual is sacred. But he said, but as a historical coincidence, I just wondered, this country here, is it every killing? In the 70s, what they call Boyo, ritualistic killing, that used to be very rampant in Maryland County and other places. President Tolbert said he spoke against it. And I'm telling you, that was internal political crisis here with the True Party. The son of the chairman of the True Party, Daniel Anderson, was arrested along with the Yancey and others. I can't remember all the names. But Daniel Anderson was the son of Mr. Anderson. I can't remember his first name.
Yancey.
Huh?
Yancey.
Yancey Anderson. The first name of Mr. Anderson, who was chairman of the party.
Alain Yancey.
No, Mr. Anderson, the chairman of the True Party at the time. His son was Daniel Anderson, the superintendent of Maryland County. There were two Andersons. That was his father too? Yeah. Okay, James Anderson. And it was tough in Monrovia here. People's hearts, different parts of their body, were regularly extracted out of them in this country here. They said for people to become officials. You already had a lot of access. Maybe you wanted bigger ones. They always left certain people's hands in the fire. Who are going to be the big shot for taking somebody's heart? What is that? That's a devilish belief, to take human parts to be big shot. But who are being killed? What kind of people were being killed? Regularly. Brutal killing. So, Tolbert said, they must be tried. They must be tried. And we all said that the court system was messed up. Couldn't be called a functional judicial body because of corruption, because of Masonic symbols and all kinds of things. So the courts were not good courts. I don't remember the Chief Justice, but that's what my father told one of the Chief Justices. You know, he was an apprenticeship lawyer. And the Chief Justice told him something, and he slapped the Chief Justice. From that minute, his feet didn't touch the ground until he was dumped at the central prison. 3 days, my mother and us, and we couldn't see him. Somebody can say, he's at the beach, central prison there. We got there, they already arranged to have him released. He be there, he can't be released. He was taking out the names of other prisoners who were there, who had gone to jail without reason. He had a big fat cupboard in here, taking down people's names. He said, when I get out, you will get out. And my mother asked him, what are you doing behind the bars here? And one of the funniest defense I ever seen, you know, when you behind bars and your wife outside asking you, and you're always acting tough in the home, it was embarrassing. He said, you see something, Manya? The person who put me here, as soon as I get out, he'll be coming inside. My mom said, try your best, get in the car, let's go. But these are the things that were happening. So there was no court system here. But those people were tried and found guilty and sentenced to death. Sentenced to death by a kangaroo court. All the courts, I'm sorry to say, most of them were like that. I know the day I go to court to plead law, I'll lose my first 25 cases because they will hear this statement. But they were corrupt. And so Tolbert signed a death warrant. The old man Anderson almost went crazy in town. His good son. But I was a tough man. The chairman of the True Party, and you stand a bearer, then you sign warrant. That was a very tough thing to look at. But they said they were involved in ritualistic killing. So people have been killed here lawfully, according to their own times and system of judgment during the Tolbert time. According to their laws, those were legal, those were justified. That was their system. And they executed people on the basis of that.
Thank you very much. And the answer to the question, you also asked a question, and that you would like to know how far we have gone in reconciling.
Reconciliation.
But you as a professor, you know the phraseology of the commission. Truth and reconciliation. So we are fetching the truth.
Oh, okay.
Then we will reconcile. By God's grace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I would like to prefix my question with a similar comment, Sheikh Afuma Kone, that reconciliation is a process. The Commission has determined that in establishing the truth and laying the foundation for reconciliation, we first have to acknowledge the suffering and pains of the victims of the conflict. And with that, we have to create a sense of accountability in terms of what went wrong, how it happened, and all of that. And at the same time, we have to properly establish the truth. And what we're doing by the hearings are part of the process of establishing the truth of what happened, because people will want to know what are they reconciling with. We are trying to reconcile with our past. which was very unfortunate. And all of that also involves combating the question of impunity and promoting justice in our land. So these hearings are not in any way trials, and they are not meant to demonize anybody. I'm saying this because following the discourse, you raised a couple of concerns and issues, and you demanded specifics from commissioners and all of that. It is true from our hearings in all of the counties, we have a litany of abuses and violations alleged to have been committed by the ULIMO faction. And of course, we intend to make a lot of those public. And at one point in time, you asked whether you could even come to the commission and see what these things are.
Yes, please.
Of course, they will be made public. In some cases, we want to protect the identity of witnesses.
Yeah, of course. We don't want names.
Exactly. So I just thought to make this before. And then I want to follow up on a question asked by Stewart before I go into the questions I have to ask. I wanted to know whether you actually accompanied President Doe to Nima County and declared support for him at that time. I think it was early 1990 also.
I physically went to Nimba. Dramatic event. Way in the night, I was called. I was Director General LBS by President Doe. So I went for Himaya Buya. I said maybe Minister of Information, this war is going on, maybe they sent for him too. But they couldn't get him. Then we got to the mansion in the night. President Doe had gone upstairs. And they sent a message that I was there with Buya. He said, no, let Buya go home. So I told the soldier, I didn't know how to phrase that because it looked embarrassing. He was a minister and they were calling me Director General, even though I was member of the cabinet then. Anyway, he left. So I went upstairs into his small living room there. He said, Kromah, I had the documents here, I had the information coming from the front. So Mandingo put a killing. You had the information here? I said, who sent the information? He said, you don't know the killing of people? I said, no, I'm speaking directly to what you're saying. He said, these are the reports coming. From the NSA, the soldiers on the battlefront, a lot of Mandingos have been killed. I said, what's about non-Mandingos? He said, this is the focus we're looking at now because they are the civilians. I said, okay, why you call me? He said, because you're Mandingo. I don't want you to feel that I'm not concerned about your people. Because that's all the news is saying. Tiaple, Buto, this and that. And some of your people talking about it. I said, okay. I will need to have copies of these documents. I said, okay. He said, but more important than that, I want to go to the front. The soldiers have been there for some time. I said, what? They're looking for you and you want to go there? To prove what? He said, commanders have to go to the front to boost the morale of their fighters. I said, you're not commander. You are commander-in-chief. You are not needed on the front. So you don't have to go. He said, well, okay, I hear you. 2 days, he called me again. He said, I've decided I have to go, but you know what? Even my chief of staff of the army, I will not tell him. I will not tell my vice president. I said, why? Then why are you telling me? He said, I know that you are a brave man. I said, what brave thing have I done? And these are your people. I want you to go with me, to be a witness, to ask questions. As Director General of LBS. Oh. I said, I can't send a reporter. He said, a reporter might not be Mandingo and journalists at your level. I said, so this place is dangerous. This place is very dangerous. I'm not a military man. Why a chief of staff? He said they will try to convince me and I will not go. I said, but you told me that you will not go. He said, we have to go. So we took a decision. Left 5, 6 in the morning. Those security people, they didn't know that they were going to Ganta. They told them they were going to stop in Kakata to do some dedication. And the number of vehicles that left us from Monrovia, you could have counted them 25 to 30. Long convoy. Everybody want to show off. And then when we go to Kakata, the vehicle didn't stop. Then the convoy started getting short. People had tire problem, carburetor problem, all kind of problem. So when we arrived in Ganta, we had only 6 vehicles out of 30. General Smith was a commanding officer, Edward Smith. They had told the people there, he had told General Smith that the new superintendent, forgotten his name, was going to be installed. Tall man. It was Nima County Crown. And Buyogon, he was going to call his name. He remembers all these names. Pay, Okay, pay. They were going to install him. So General Smith was surprised to see the head of state. He was at the other end of the town. Then he came marching to the entrance of the town, Ganta. And then right opposite the telecommunication. So he started to report on what was happening. How the MPFL entered, tear play, Butuo, started talking about the killings, etc. There where the old man gave this parable about Taylor running behind, like the Billy Goat stuff that I told you about. Then, while we're there, a lot of Mandingo people were still there. Well, a number of Mandingo people, not a lot. Then one guy came to me, he called me on the side. He said, we have heard that Prince Johnson has heard about Doe coming here. He's in the bush coming. The people standing out here, you don't think the war is over? Giving all kinds of narratives. And Doe was in the middle of listening to General Smith. So I went to him. I wanted to whisper in his ear, and he said something to me. I should stay away. So finally, he beckoned me and I went to him. I said, I understand. Crazy situation. I understand Prince Johnson is in the bush coming. Then he told me, oh, by the way, I left envelope with Gal Jones that by 2 o'clock he must open it as a press release there to say, I am in Nimba County, I'm not afraid. I said, what? But you knew you were bringing us here and you want to expose on the air, and now Prince Johnson is coming. So I left him. I went across the road to try to handle that press release business. I went to the telecommunication man. Not knowing he was part of the MPFL operation. I said, communicate, I want to talk to Mr. Eustace Smith, Deputy Director General LBS, because I figured out they would bring a press release. He said, we can't get Monrovia. And when I was entering, I could see him talking. He said the whole system is broken down. Oh. I said, I beg you, my man. Communicate with the people. So he former went to go to Mr. Gaga. He was the acting managing director. Then Mr. Gaga put me through. I said, Eustace, we used to call each other Doc. Doc, don't put an announcement in the air about Doe coming here. This is suicidal. He said, this is what we're thinking about, the announcement already here. But I refuse. Because I don't understand the point. And people are threatening me. But then, the news I circulated in Monrovia, Dr. Moniba, the vice president, he didn't know. The chief of staff, General Duba, as far as I was concerned, he didn't know. So everybody went to the mansion. You know, like as if though if something happens, you know, then it can be a smooth transition. They were scared. They were scared. So when I returned to where President Doe was, the whole place was empty. I said, what? Then somebody told me erroneously, Doe going to Sanikole. I said, Prince Johnson coming? You going further and further? I said, it's a crazy situation. So I got in my vehicle. By that time, the driver, Saki, he had run away from me. So there's another crazy man here. Well, the late Kromah he died last year. So rest in peace. He was the cameraman. And so I said, let me find out. How can Doe leave this place and go to? Kromah said, I will wait for you with the camera here. I'm not going. So I took the vehicle. I wanted to make sure. Just go and help me. I went and passed the hospital. You know, the hospital is at the end of the town. Going to Sanikole, G.W. Hospital. But strangely, the place was quiet. I said, well, the president finished passing here and nobody here, nothing looked like he passed here. I said, I'm going back to house. So I came to the hospital. I said, oh man, the president passed here? He said, oh, you better take plane. The only way you will catch up with him. You go to Maria. So I drove back and I met General Smith on the way. He said the president gone. I was very angry. I whispered to you that the rebels were coming. I was going to the telecom to call Monrovia so that your press release could stop. And then you left me there. You didn't leave anybody, send anybody to tell me anything. I got been killed. So I was very angry. Coming back then, so I said, maybe I will borrow with Prince Johnson. You can imagine what we're going through psychologically. But as God will have it, we didn't meet Prince Johnson. By the way, I got a Prince Johnson letter here when I came in 1991. He told me, Charles Taylor, the one that killed all your people. He's a fascist. And he signed it and sent it to me. I was in Monrovia here. Anyway, when I got to Kakata, the president had stopped there, they were eating. Oh, it was a triumphant, a victorious visit. All those people who had developed all kind of trouble, they were there in Kakata, celebrating, showing off. So when I got in the place there, and the president saw me, he said, Kromah, can I eat? I said, I'm not hungry. Oh. Then some people called me outside. How the president can call you to eat and you say you're not hungry? I was obviously angry. And so Doe left the food and went in the room. I remember Clarence, Mamalu, General Gloy, all of them came to advise me, and we passed behind and ate. When we came to town from Pinsville, red light, Doe stood up in the car. I said, the crowd, hundreds and thousands of people lined up, will leave. And Doe went to the front, the war is over. The war is over. Those guys got behind President Doe, they all went to the mansion. I just took the curve and went to my house. Doe started making a speech. All the people were there, the big shots. Then he said, where Kromah? Then they sent for me. I saw these guys whose tires had got in flat. They were all standing in the front there. Yeah, when I say Uganda. So when they saw me, the conversation changed. Because I look out, these guys were fully armed, so impressive. He said, you have to send about 5 of these guys to the front, the whole thing will be finished. Dressed up with all kinds of things. He went out, you said that, in Ganta. So I opened the car door and got down. The conversation changed. So I went upstairs and those said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I had to carry Kromah and I felt that he could keep secret. He was a brave person and they were killing his people. At the same time, he was the radio man, journalist, to cover what was happening. I didn't want to carry anybody else. Because I don't know what would have happened there among the people, children called journalists. So I invited him to go. That's how that happened.
Did the president go in full military gear?
The president?
Yeah.
Oh, he went in full military gear. I went and looked for some kind of Doka flare military clothes myself and put it on. I said, so they can pick me up from in a group. But I discovered something. I saw a few SSS people with bulletproof. I think he had confided in them. So I said, oh, so I don't have any bulletproof yet. So I got really angry. By the time I was getting to Monrovia, I was extra angry. Because I could have been killed. But that's how it happened.
Just to get some...
Something wrong with your mic.
I got it.
The communication man said now.
I don't blame you. Can you kindly tell us what year your father was designated to be ambassador to Egypt and was denied?
So what should I tell you?
The year your father was designated to
that
be
was
ambassador.
64, 65, somewhere around there.
64, 65.
He was recommended by, I don't know whether we should use that word designated because it sounds very official and important. He wasn't designated.
Okay.
Alhaji Vamuya Kone and Alhaji Vamuya Sharif, they were the leading Muslim people in town here. And they were friends of President Tolbert. They recommended him.
Oh, he was recommended.
Recommendation. And it looked like it was favorably received initially. That's how come we stopped going to school and I think your auntie or somebody started telling me, but let's study a lesson, you may not go. And that was true.
Which year did you go to Guinea on family matters and then you encountered the situation of Guineans and Liberian refugees?
Oh, that 1990.
1990. Was that the same year MRM was formed?
Yes, yes.
Can you speak to the leadership of the MRM?
I was part of the leadership. I was Secretary General.
Who was the head? Who was the deputy? Who were other key members?
They just had some elders, and I was like a secretary to write some things down, because everybody was shivering, left all their properties behind.
Repeatedly, you stated that the MRM didn't fuse into the ULIMO. So how did the MRM dissolve itself?
It just stopped being functional.
Okay.
Once we got out of Conakry, there was no need for MRM. It just kind of dissolved itself because it was a group that we organized to advocate for attention to the plight of the Muslims. We wanted to do it only on behalf of the Muslims because we could not take responsibility for what would happen to non-Muslims if we spoke on behalf of Liberia or the refugees. In fact, we were seriously advised by some people who are not Muslims, say speak for yourself. And so that was happening.
You left Guinea, you went to Guinea for a meeting on the organization of ULIMO. And you left a couple of days later, you heard of the death of General Kape.
Yes, yes. No, it was not a couple of days. When I left, the same day, we had a meeting with President Momo, Strasser, because he said he was fed up with that wrangling between Yulu and Kape.
Yeah, Kape, yeah.
So he said, you better come here and try to straighten up your people. I will kick all of you out of this place here. So that's how come we went with a delegation. Jenkins was on that delegation too. So we left by road. Road or boat? Anyway, one of them, we left by boat and got to Conakry that evening. So it was in the morning. That's why it sounded very unbelievable. Quickly so, those guys are going back to Kromah. But I didn't expect Cape to go to Kromah because his base was in. Actually, when he went on the air to threaten or to dismiss Amayulu, my supposition was that because he was very close to General Tronka, I think he was the deputy force commander of Sierra Leone. I think that's the chief of staff. They call force commander. He was deputy chief of staff, and he was very close. Cape was very close to him. So what I thought in my mind he would do was to ask General Tronka to have Amayulu removed from the whole front military situation. You know, so I thought that is the position he was going to take because he was very vehement in his threat. And when I got to, at the time, my father was in Conakry, he said, thank God, because I think Cape said, Alhaji Kromah has come here, and he went and saw the head of state, and they knew what he was looking for, he would get it. So my father was very much scared. He thought that I was a stranger in Sierra Leone and I had no direct protection per se, and Cape was there and he was going to do something to me. But as I said, I figured out that General Tronka, who was very close to Cape, was just going to call his commanders in Bo, who were close to Kromah. They'll tell you to leave that place. Cape is taking over. So I was shocked to have heard so quickly. The very early morning, you know, Network Africa comes on very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what year was that, please?
Was that 91, 92? Out of 91, 92, I can't quite recall. I'm very bad with dates and names.
Okay.
But I was Strasser time because I remember going there.
Who would you say was the undisputable leader of ULIMO?
It depends on the time you're talking about. Raleigh Siki was the first chairman. And after this thing happened, and they called us to Freetown at the time. In fact, at some point, I had gone to Freetown in Raleigh Siki and Paul Allen Way. They told me that General Cape was not very enthusiastic about their coming in. At the time, we had not had any selection of officers. So I called General Cape. He said, no, Kromah, you know, these people are civilians. I tell you the civilian thing, they're not satisfied. They want more information, and a military operation will come to start. I said, well, look, well, use your, how you call it, your experience, because they feel left out. You try to, you know, harmonize things. That's the first time I went to, you know, and went to President Momo for this ammunition business. So the last time was when Strasser called and said, you look out, all your people here will clear you out. So it must have been 92, I'm not too sure. But at that meeting, it was decided that Raleigh Siki would not be chairman. They dissolved the leadership. And that I think General Cape was supposed to be considered chairman of the military wing or something like that. And so an interim board of directors was set up. And I reluctantly accepted that interim position as chairman of the interim board. So we got to Guinea. Shortly after that, Cape was killed, shot down. But he has said that that decision in Freetown was not acceptable to him. And so his death caused some roar there, you know, and those who were around him said, well, look, we'll not accept it. So a lot of people in Freetown who were with them continue to recognize him as the chairman of ULIMO. I think at some point he even came to Monrovia here. But when the United Nations came in, Gordon Gordon Summers. They went to Conakry and they went to Tottenham-Burr, the headquarters of ULIMO. And they asked, who is the chairman of ULIMO? And the soldiers told him, said, we recognize Alhaji Kromah, even though Riley Siki is in Freetown, but we don't recognize him now, we recognize Alhaji Kromah. That's how I was invited to go to Geneva. So from the time that I arrived, because later on I arrived in Tottenham-Burr and became the leader on the ground. Took some time, Siki was still saying, by the end of the day, the meetings just showed that who was the leader. So it was disputable for a while. From that carpet meeting up to the time that I went to Tottenham-Burr. But I was not, to be frank with you, I was not really concerned about those position business. My main concern was how were we forestalling the RUF? Because they were giving us hell. How could we stop them? How could we then take the back route into Liberia and stop them? This was my focus. Fighting opposition. What was the position?
So there was an interim committee that had you as acting.
Yeah, board chairman, yeah.
Board chairperson.
Yeah.
Kape was the commander for the field operations, more or less.
No. Before that time, he was the chairman of the military wing.
Chairman of the military wing.
That's the position they gave him. And he assumed himself, and then he was also ambassador. All right. So when we left, I don't remember whether he was removed, but I think it was only Siki or something like that. And then
Siki at that time was in Monrovia, you said?
No. He was in Freetown. We all were in Freetown. Yeah.
Okay.
So he was the chairman when I arrived there.
He was the chairman.
So all of the advisors from the front, because they had a committee of advisors, Mr. Samuel Branel, Omer Gumba, Mr. Williams, they all came. Then they sent for all the commanders, all the frontline commanders, they all came to Freetown. So it was decided that they should carry on some reshuffle. And that's how Siki was removed, at least by paper or by mouth. But he didn't accept it, so for quite some time. And then it was just exacerbated by the carpet thing. So what happened?
So it's the same meeting of the advisors and everybody that removed Siki that designated you or appointed you or constituted you as the chairperson of
the board, the meeting, all of the people.
Board meeting.
Yeah, the board meeting. So when they took out Siki, then in fact they said we'll have elections. Later on we'll have real elections because we didn't have, in fact the constitution was, I remember now, there was a constitution committee which was calling for elections, real elections, and Siki was just put there temporarily. So they said, okay, now since we have this problem with the government, we have to have the elections, and in that case now, let's have an interim body. Since you, Kromah, you have not been holding any position, you just like a facilitator or patron or something like that. You serve. I said, no. Let Samuel Branel serve. Samuel Branel said, no, I decline. You serve. This is acting chairman of the board of directors. That's how I got there. So when we left, I never went back there again.
Can you speak to the scope of your authority and power as chairman of ULIMO?
This was a voluntary group, you know. You mean before I went or during the time I was?
During the time you were chairperson.
Okay, when I came on, in fact, they wanted me to come very quickly. I passed through Monrovia here, and Tom Woyu announced that he's heard that I came by plane from Conakry to Monrovia and that I'm a military target anywhere. Was on the air. So I want to go say hello to my people on Camp Johnson Road. I was very surprised that they were not happy to see me. They were asking me when was I going to leave the vicinity, because I was a military target. So that day I left, and I heard there was some ambush set up. They were expecting convoy for me to go to Tottenham-Burr. I had to be a big fool. So I just got one little open jeep, Philip Kamara, Ibrahim Keita, and the driver, 4 of us, open jeep. And we took that Birmingham highway, I think 45 minutes or so. And we got there. Even my men were shocked because I told them I was coming from Conakry, I didn't tell them when. So when I got into Tottenberg, by 5 o'clock in the morning, there was a major attack on us because somebody told them I had passed, and so they wanted to get me. So I can tell you the kind of power I had. Your most important power, as the old man told me, is the one that you don't use. Persuasive power. It is more important than this rough power. So you have to get to the soldiers, to the commanders, to remind them why did we enter Liberia, to find out whether they have forgotten. We came to rescue. Key word. We came to turn soldiers who were fighting us into civilians, as I told them. How will you do that? That's a military skill. Whether you're scared to put a runaway, you will do something, but turn them into civilians. And what is civilian? Anybody that doesn't have a gun. That was my definition. So I went through that reorientation again. They were asking me, we don't have cars. We don't have this. I said, I don't have money to buy cars for you. We're going foot by foot. So the power I had was one of respect. And also authority comes from different sources. I used to be minister before. I was a professor, 84, up to the time I left. They heard my voice on the BBC, challenging Charles Taylor. So there was a combination of sources of authority.
So and that authority puts you in regular contact with the commanders on the ground.
We had field of command, the field commander, deputy field commanders, etc. But I always made sure that the reports were genuine. Sometimes they would lie and say, oh, we have captured this place, like Digay. They captured Digay 20 times, social lies. You know, then we had to send somebody to find out.
Can we please go over the command structure of ULIMO?
We had a field commanders.
That was the person next to you?
No, the chairman of the military wing, Roosevelt Johnson.
Chairman of the military wing was Roosevelt Johnson.
Then after they released Amayulu from jail in Sierra Leone, he came on. And Roosevelt Johnson said, you have released your leper. And then you say, what am I doing here, general? What kind of general? I said, nobody here, serious military general. You have had to stay in the army for 25 years before becoming general.
Did you carry a rank yourself?
Yeah, they made me major general. A lieutenant general, you know. Anyway, Amayulu was made chief of staff.
Amayulu?
Yeah, chief of staff. And General Johnson was chairman of the military wing. So that was the structure. They dealt with the military situation.
Can we go down a little? Battlefront commander?
Oh, then after the chief of staff, he had field commanders. One field commander. Then he had 2 deputy field commanders. And we always try to balance them out. If one person is Kromah, we try to make another person Mandingo or Loma, you know, always mixed up to establish balance amongst them.
So there were 2 deputy field commanders?
Yeah, one for operation, one for administration. So the administration man was in charge of rice, logistics and all those things, even though they had we tried to copy the military something, you know, we had the G1, G2 up to G4.
So I guess you had to do some restructuring after the split came about and Roosevelt Johnson took his session.
Well, it just remained like that. We were basically trying to defend ourselves. You know, the restructuring business. You know, our chairman was gone. He was on the air, you know, saying, because that day I was sitting and just heard from General Femi Williams, ECOMO chief of staff. He called me on the radio, because we used to have an ECOMO radio too. Congratulations, Alhaji. I said, for what? He said, oh, your delegation in Banga. I said, what delegation in Banga? He said, oh, Roosevelt Johnson, Maxwell Kaba, George Dewey. I don't know whether only 3 or 4. They are in Banga. I said, don't play with me. You want my top people? At the time, Maxwell was director of political affairs. I said, and Maxwell's friend was George Dewey. What are you doing in Banga? That's a lie. He said, okay, thank you. That's when we were coming for some meeting. I think the next day to Monrovia, then we had Roosevelt Johnson on the air, because I had gone on the air to complain that Charles Taylor had broken the ceasefire, violated the ceasefire, and was attacking our men towards Lofa. It didn't stay long, then I heard Johnson on the air, because he had spent like 4, 5, 6 days in Monrovia from the time he left Tottenham and had 1 or 2 of his bodyguards later on found out at the Poor River. The Poor River was the divide between Ecomog and us. Then Johnson said, I didn't hear it first, came 3 o'clock, Focus on Africa, that Mr. Alhaji Kromah is lying. Charles Taylor never attacked our position. Then the boys started telling me, they ran fast behind my vehicle and said, stop! Johnson is on the air, saying something. So we got to the bridge, 5 o'clock, they repeated it that he said I lied. I said, but then what they said is true. Johnson can be brave enough to go on BBC, he the chairman of the military wing, to say something like that. This is very sad. What did they go to do to Charles Taylor? I said, Taylor man is very powerful. Persuade our people to go to his Banga, and nothing happened to those boys. That's how the whole thing started. Communication. Yeah.
There was the split, and then we had ULIMO G and ULIMO K. Were you the only point? Had another, you restructured ULIMO K. Was there a leadership along with you in ULIMO K? What was the scenario, leadership-wise?
Oh, well, we thought that was a breakaway faction like INPFL. Okay, from NPFL and Charles Taylor remained there. That's how it was. And some of our commanders who were very close to Roosevelt Johnson went behind him, and they had their own structure there. But our structure remained the same, even though 1 or 2 of the officers went. But it was basically the same. I was still chairman.
So who was next in command to you?
Next in command used to be, as I said, Roosevelt Johnson, but with his departure, the whole thing just erupted with war, and so that position was not occupied. And so the field commanders, were there. General Dumia, he was the field commander at the time, and Joe Harris used to be the field commander. Oh, General Dumia was deputy field commander. Okay, but Joe Harris used to be the field commander. So nobody sacked him.
So those were the 2 top leaders.
They had the other people, the deputies who were there, the battalion commanders, they all were still there.
You don't remember some of the names?
Yeah, that was, Joe Harris was there, Isaac Kwawa was still Adjutant General and Secretary General. Was it Adjutant General? But Secretary General, Isaac Kwawa, John Colley, the chairman of the, the Judicial Committee, was still there. A number of them were there. Colonel Poka, the training commandant, he was also there. But you know, people ran away from Tottenhamburg.
Yeah.
Nobody was sitting there again, you know, so people just had to scatter around. People were having titles, but scattered.
Was there a civilian component of leaders?
Yes, of course.
Advisors?
Oh yes, we had advisors there. Everywhere we went, we had a civilian. We passed on administration to the civilians. They made, for example, go to Bonjama, William Galima Beza, the guy I talk about, Loma fellow, my classmate from the university. He was recommended by his own people, Woman Kwegli and others said that he should be the mayor. So he was the mayor. So everywhere we went, we had civilian coordinators. One or two places we had to put up military coordinators if the zone was not safe for the civilians to operate there. So that's how it was. So we had a lot of them. I mean, Tottenham Bombay was so close to Monrovia. I mean, people were going up and down from Monrovia, carrying their private cars, etc. In fact, one of the newspapers I just saw today said, we reduce, you know, the fares of taxi and pickup and other forms of transportation, we reduce the price. So all of those came as recommendation from the civilian leadership that was there.
So how many counties in all did ULIMO actually operated, ULIMO K?
Well, we got into Cape Mount, we got into Bromi County, we got into Lofa County, we got into Bong Mines, which was part of Bong County, and then the attack we had in Banga and return back to Lofa. We were in Montserrat County because we had to move pass through Arlington and White Plains to try to go behind the line to get the MPFL. And you know, I'm always telling you all this atrocity business, they're talking about targeting this group or that group. If we were like that, not one person would have lived in Arlington. Not one, if that was our nature. Because there where Charles Taylor was from.
So ULIMO didn't operate in Bapulu or Magibi?
Oh, Bapulu was part of Lofa.
At that time, okay.
Yeah. And Magibi, Kakata, were in Kakata.
I've been trying to get a sense of the leadership makeup of ULIMO, and so far we've gotten commanders and deputy commanders. I'm wondering of the positions that ULIMO was awarded during the peace agreement, during interim government. Those who were appointed by ULIMO, weren't they members of ULIMO?
Some were not. Like for example, the first Minister of Finance, Wilson Tappe, we're just looking for competent people in those places.
He was not a member of ULIMO?
No. He was just, before the war, he was president of the Agriculture Bank, you know, and he used to be special assistant to the governor of the Central Bank. So we thought, and he had 2 master's degree, I think, so we thought he was a good person. So we're not looking at Mandingo, Crown, or ULIMO members. So, in fact, one day, there's a guy who came to my house. No, he didn't come to my house. I was on the street, Broad Street or something, and I stopped. And he said, oh, how are you, Chief? Thank you very much. I said, for what? He said, oh, for appointing me as director of the budget. I said, what's your name? What's the guy's name? Forgot his name. But he was in this interim government that passed as the director of budget. So that's how it was. We set up committees to select people, to vet people based on their competence and experience. Like for example, we appointed Minister of Health, Dr. Vama Kane. He had nothing to do with ULIMO, but he was a medical doctor. First we appointed Poto. He said he was very, very busy with, you know, the patients.
Can you name some of those who were appointed members of ULIMO?
Dr. Sheriff, he was appointed as our first member of the Council of State, along with Thomas Zia. Appointed Manju Kamara as Minister of State. He had nothing to do with ULIMO.
Is Manju still alive?
Yes, so I don't answer that question too loud.
I take it back.
Well, you say you're praying for him to die. Wilson Tapper was one of them. I can send you a list later on. I think we'll have some names.
Okay.
You know, even the structure of the military. We'll try to put some lists together.
We appreciate that. We'll contribute to our profiling of the different warring factions.
Yeah.
My next question, were you aware of the actions of your men on the front, which included atrocities against the civilian population?
Which included alleged atrocities?
Alleged atrocities against the civilian population.
I am not aware of any atrocity that was brought to my attention to say your men killed these people. And I was always keen on investigating because I was completely opposite of what we were doing and had trained them at the trauma base. The harassments, yes. Taking people food or something from them. And that is why I was reading the newspapers here. We'll investigate and find you guilty, we'll detain you. If you take a ride ECOMO, we'll allow ECOMO to pick you up.
You weren't aware of torture? So you weren't aware of torture committed by your men?
You know, when you make a statement like that, it implies that it is a fact. Okay, that's why I was like to introduce alleged torture.
You are aware of alleged
torture? Like what kind of torture? Like doing what? For example, like what?
Inhumane treatment.
Yeah, that's still general. What do you mean?
Flocking and tying.
Huh?
Flocking.
Flocking people?
Yes, and tying people, tabe.
No. We didn't have need for tabe. That was an MPFL word, tabe.
Amputation.
Huh?
Amputation.
My goodness.
Murder,
amputation?
rape.
Who fought on here you're going to cut off? In Liberian territory. You can't smoke cigarette or opium, you go cut off somebody's hand or leg?
What's about rape?
You know, I can't tell you that nobody committed rape, but it was not reported to me. It's possible, but most of the time, because rape has a legal definition, you know, so when you're asking about rape, you have to look at it from those definitions by law.
It's sufficient when you say nothing of that kind was reported to you.
No, but I know where you are coming to, so I have to qualify it. You understand?
I know you understand the definition of rape.
Yes, but they didn't understand rape, or was it really rape? If you saw a girl with a fighter somewhere, was it rape? If they had interaction? So that's why I'm asking that. What seemed to be, was it? Because there's a definition of rape. Statutory.
At this stage, we say it's all allegations. So.
Yes, but even the allegation, those people who are alleging, what was their understanding of rape?
Thank you very much. What's about recruitment of child soldiers?
I told you I was an antithesis of people's children being put in a war situation. The adults themselves, they didn't have enough weapons. And if you saw any child, it meant that they had been rescued. And maybe their parents have been killed, so they were with their big brothers on the front. Because I asked, for example, one day I was in Vonjama, I saw a little red boy, you know, mulatto looking. He had on one big soldier hat on his head. I said, who's this? He said, oh, a small soldier. I said, small what? He said, a small soldier that he need, he gave himself. I said, he's fighter? He said, God forbid, he's not fighter. So that's why when we got into Banga, and we captured the place, and we released 6, I didn't tell you this, there were 6 ECOMOG soldiers. And do you know that ECOMOG didn't know they had people in jail in Banga? According to Indian guy, he didn't know he had 6 ECOMOG soldiers there. And before we could get there, 4 had been shot down, dead, by MPFL forces on the day of the battle. 2 were rescued. One of them was Private Ali. I will never forget that name. So I asked General Nyenga to send his helicopter to come for these ECOMOG soldiers. So the rescue operations were not limited to only civilians. We also rescued ECOMOG soldiers from Ghana and other places. And we did not condone children being in the war. That's how come I told you we took Alvin Cooper, the commander, because if we are condoning, we're going to say, let the labor fight for us, like how the adults came in to join us. No, I carried him to Conakry, put him in the school, along, I think I got his picture somewhere, along with my son, that boy who used to be fighting on the battlefront with guns. We trusted God because we wanted him to change. He was lying in the room on the same bed with my only son at the time.
Let's talk more about support in financial and military terms for ULIMO. We've heard you repeatedly saying you capture weapons from the opposing forces, and then you had communication equipment. We are concerned about the level of support received from IGNU and ECOMOG during the early days of the ULIMO. Were there any?
What kind of support? Military?
Financial, military?
They must already have 5 cents to give us. They have problem here with their own IGNU budget, number 1. And it was always assumed that we were coming from Guinea and other places who already had money. So IGNU didn't give us 5 cents. When we asked Amos Sawyer to intervene upon the recommendation of President Momo for the army was asking for short-landed in Conakry, we never got those arms. We understand, or I heard, I cannot prove it, neither did I investigate, that the arms were given to the Black Beret, stuff like that. I don't know whether John were in town those days, but there was training going on in some places with the Black Beret. So the arms came here. This is what I was told. We're never given arms. The only time we received ammunition was when ECOMOG invited us during the Octopus attack, because obviously they had to give us ammunition to participate. So we got ammunition to fight the MPFL in Monrovia during Octopus. The rest of the time, even the Salian soldiers, as we told you, they gave us that gun called Flomo. They were not too sure of us until the thing got really tough. Then we got some rifles and AK-47 from them. And then we started, when they gave us ammunition to go on a certain front to attack the RUF, we tried to save some of it and keep it for future activities. And while we were still in Liberia, the war was still in Sierra Leone. So, and the Sierra Leone government never allowed its military to give us consignment because they were very concerned about what it would be perceived as in Liberia. So we just were used to, they call it pen. You know, there are 2 boxes, metal cans in 1 box of ammunition. So one will have about 600 rounds. It's like 1,200 rounds or 1,000 rounds in each of those boxes. And because we're fighting guerrilla war with all kinds of strategies, 1 pen was like 5 boxes for us. We're talking in terms of pens, not boxes. And just imagine going trying to attack a place. So we were very stingy, necessarily stingy with ammunition. So it didn't require money. And people don't believe. Even today, the number of people who go to my house, they say, former faction leader, you got money? But I was working here before the war. So representative of European Union got contracts here, there, yonder. The CDI, Center for the Development of Industry. We made small money from there. And we bought some land, built some houses. And people think we have a lot of money. I have assets, I don't have cash. So I hope by this public disclosure, you can reduce the number of people that are coming to my house, please. Thank you. Maybe that one of my cousins operating a radio thing. He didn't want you to ask me.
We are very near the end, sir.
What time is this?
It's after 11.
Wow. I know the radio left us ever since, eh?
I would think so. Did you coordinate this relationship with ECOMOG yourself, ECOMOG and IGNU at the time, or you had liaison? Because there was war going on that side, and ECOMOG and IGNU were on this side. Were there go-betweens who facilitated these discussions that led to ECOMOG assisting you with arms to come?
No. ECOMOG didn't assist us with arms. They sent a truck, 2 trucks, to inform us in Tottenberg that we should come to Monrovia to help them defend Monrovia against the NPFL. First and only contact for ammunition. Then we told them, y'all go. These were real conventional fighters. You coming for us in trucks? NPFL is parting your trucks coming to Tottenberg, and you want us to pack up our children, our men, so that they can be bumped off. We told them to go, we're coming. They didn't believe it until they heard that we had baptized the whole Monrovia because NPFL was in Cardwell. We started firing from the back, and some of our men then passed through the Port River to go to ECOMOG base for ammunition. That's the only transaction. IGNU was not involved at all. This was military operation. When we finished, we asked them whether the mission was accomplished. We asked IGNU whether the mission was accomplished. In fact, Dr. Sawyer made a statement that we really appreciate if you were to go back to your area. I think somebody had whispered in your ear that Kromah people in here, and you know, okay, politically. So we left. So that was the interaction there. We didn't get arms, only ammunition.
Does the name Joseph Tabia?
Joseph Tabia. Yeah, he was Secretary General or something like that for ULIMO, but he was loyal to Siki, and they came to Monrovia for some discussions, you know. But he was a friend. As I told you, I didn't put too much premium on his title. They had meetings with Sawyer, etc., etc. I think he was also very active in because, you see, because of the focus on the military situation and that sort of thing, I think he had some contacts with Tottenberg. I think they were the ones here because at the time I had not really arrived in Tottenberg. So they were proxying also as, ULIMO officers. So where is he now? He's here?
I was hoping to ask you.
I've stopped seeing. Maybe they're in America. Every time you ask for somebody who hasn't died, he's in America if he's not here. Or in Europe somewhere.
What's about Clifford Flemister?
Who?
Clifford Flemister.
I think he died though.
Yeah, I think he died. Yeah.
That guy who was at Telecom?
Yeah,
I heard he died from heart attack or something like that.
Was he one of those proxies?
No, he was not proxy as far as I was concerned. It looked like he was working with Emma Sawyer, a friend of Emma Sawyer. I used to see him around the Moja people a lot. He was called radical or something like that. You know, and I like him because he didn't see himself as a black American. He saw himself as an African. He was here having rights as any Liberian. You know, so he was very instrumental in some discussions, but I don't know the details, but he was close to soil.
Lastly, Mr. Witness, yesterday you expressed regrets, sorrow, and apology. Can you specifically say why you were apologizing?
For the whole war. War is not an ice cream party. Just like Commissioner Kafumba Kone was saying. You know, when you go to fight war, you just be praying and try your best not to do the wrong things. But you can have stray bullets which can kill people. You have some unruly people, take people food, take people vehicles, insult people, disrespect people. And even if the people didn't die intentionally, we still have to say we're sorry to those families who lost people, whether it was on the MPFSI or whether they were in our territory and they were walking there and they died. We have to be sorry for the whole war. And we ought to be humble enough to do that. Who are going to be celebrating people dying, whether they for you or against you? No. Somebody asked me the other day, you want for the tribunal in The Hague to find Taylor guilty and have him executed? I said, why you ask me a question like that? You just want to find out something. First of all, according to international law, they don't pursue the death penalty anymore. Convention set up there, so that makes it part of international law. So if anything, it'll be years in prison if he's found guilty. I said, but I cannot comment on this because it's a matter for me sub judice. It's in court. I am a principal player and an opponent of the man. So what are you requiring or requesting for me? So that is the extent of my comment. So, Mr. Chairman, this is our disposition.
Thank you.
And we hope that at the end of this whole process, impunity. What is impunity? Impunity is not limited to the act that may be gruesome or against international law or local law or doing anything bad. Where does the impunity really come in? When there is no remorse. That's what they call impunity. When there is no remorse, when there is no sorrow, when there is no regret. It's not impunity when nothing happens to you immediately. No, that's not what we talk about impunity. Impunity is you don't want to repent. You don't want to say you're sorry if you did something. And you're arrogant about it. That's what impunity implies. It's injustice. He who has repented, for you to consider him on the same basis as he who has not repented, then that is injustice. What is justice? In my PhD dissertation, I focus on two important areas. Post-conflict reform. Post-conflict reform. And the tenets deal with justice and land. Land tenure. Implications of land. The history and the future of it. But in judicial reform, I'm not here, Councillor, to pretend I'm lecturing. Just some explanation. In judicial reform, we talk about justice There's the core of substantive law versus procedural law. What is right? That's what we mean by justice. What is the balance? What is fair? Within reasonable analysis, within the understanding of the context of events. This is substantive law by operation of substantive law. And therefore, if you had that fellow, Cry or Kai, I don't know the physical possibility of what he claimed that he did. I'm not sure that I heard 20,000 people he killed. What's the physical possibility for one person to even kill 500 people? But if a guy like that came, relying on your declaration of reconciliation and expose and confess himself, he goes on the radio, first he became an evangelist. Is that impunity? That cannot be impunity. They may say, I was living a bad way. What do people can say in the church? Repent and God shall consider you. For Jesus already died for your sins. Just repent and accept him. Then you will go to heaven. Amen. That word is a biblical word, repent. It's a very important word because it shows people that you're not going to do something in the future. You're telling God, I have turned from my bad ways. That cannot be impunity. So we should not make cliches out of these key words. What is cliche? Overused words until they lose their meaning. Like when I came back, something I used to hear here. When people got nothing, they have accomplished a project, they've been paid for, they say, we're working all the modalities. What do you call modalities? Nothing happening. That's what it means. So impunity doesn't mean that if you don't have a tribunal, so it was impunity. No. You see, when people get up to overthrow government, they can be worrying about dying business. But you set up a system of consciousness, of feelings among the people. They can see their vertical and horizontal connectivity as human beings of one people. That we are one nation and we must all get along. We don't have to like each other, but we must mutually appreciate each other and know that we are all equal in the pale of the law and we are citizens of this country and nobody can drive anybody out. And to realize that you must observe the tenets of the Constitution, which has declared this state as a secular state. Look at this educated man, Lawrence Bopler, PhD in theology, Christianity, divinity. What happened? Renaissance. Look at that fine word using. Renaissance, change of mind, change of attitude. Try to accommodate each other. They came down heavy on him because he said, take one little holiday and give it to Muslims. Oh, you have committed a crime. Then somebody say, oh, we don't have any statute here establishing religious holidays. But that is a limitation of your exposure to logic or to law. You ever heard the government proclaiming December 25th, tomorrow December 25th, the national holiday, Christmas Day? You ever heard that? No. But where is the origin of that holiday? There is something they call customary law, international customary law, practiced over a period of time. So it's become customary law. That is not in the Constitution, that is not in the statute, but it's law. And this one is so universal that everywhere they practice, a lot of places, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, they celebrate Christmas, they celebrate Ramadan. So under the same customary consideration, why can't you consider Ramadan? You say, oh no, this is a Christian country. But we don't have a problem with that. The only problem is that you have not had Christian behavior. Ritualistic killing, that's what the Bible says. massive corruption, that's what the Bible says. You forget our poor people, that's what the Bible says. I'm really looking for a leader here to carry on Christian principles. It will benefit all of us. Because you'll be surprised to see that the same principles in the Quran. You understand? This is the way we have to be here. And we all must fight towards that. And we appreciate the occasion, the opportunity to say this. I know the radio is now on, but I'm saying it to you and the group here. And so that it will be recorded.
The radio will still carry it.
I'm not really worried about that. But what we say is a passionate plea.
Yeah, I understand.
And I want to thank you.
Before you say your last word, I see you get into it. Commissioner Stewart wanted a little
you wanted
comment.
to ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so there's, taking the cue from what you said, that ULIMO didn't receive any supplies of arms and you had no regular supply of arms. But it can be recalled that in 1996, after the crisis, April 6th, there was disarmament, and all the factions were required to submit listings of the inventories, how many and where those inventories are located, and that anybody falling in possession of arms after the cutoff date will be declared
In violation.
Yes, will be declared in violation. And right within that period of time, a very large cache of arms was discovered at your house, in your house. Where did those arms come from? How did they get there? Who supplied them?
Premise. I'm very happy bringing it up. I always talk about a premise. No large cache of arms was found in my house. I want to inform you, John, that a decision has been taken in Abuja that Taylor will win the election. He has to. I can give you a whole book. In fact, my 2 books are coming out. One of them is 409 pages, but I have to reduce it into maybe 2 books, and then the other one on the war itself. I have more details, and I put some things on the internet, my webpage, Alhaji Kromah page.org. I've given you some excerpts. This thing you call election of 97 was a concocted arrangement. Tommy Kimi came here. Kromah, you don't think it's good for you and Taylor to combine? I said, when you see, to myself, when you see cat swallow both for a guy reason behind it. Why you keep asking me for a foreign minister to join with Taylor? But I have been hinted. A journalist friend of mine in Abuja, who was very close to the security, he told me something. He said, you know, Brother Alhaji, I heard Mustafa Hamza or something, Hamza Mustafa, the chief security officer, whispering something. He said, oh, we have decided for Taylor. All kinds of things went into that. So the try Ikimi to give me that kind of hint. Then Taylor himself told me, he said, you know, my man, they will soon invite you to Abuja. I said, why you have to be the middleman for this information? So what happened? The problem here was Kromah looks like he does not want to cooperate. So the local political meetings within the MPFL, not within MPFL, within Taylor's political arrangement or environment, they started looking at different options. What can we do for Kromah to get out of this? And I have proof and evidence that this is a decision to take. Because Taylor knew, and I knew that, he knew that I had some rifles, 5 rifles for self-protection, even though ECOMOG was there, and the ECOMOG assigned to me knew that I had the rifles. Early this morning, the decision was to have me accused and kicked out of the whole electoral political process. But it didn't work very well, as God will have it. When they came and they brought their boxes. Look at that statement. There was 5 or 6 room, guest room. They said the announcement in the air was that the whole barracks could fit in there. Sounded like a joke. So they said the field commander, General Malu, wanted to see me. And he said I shouldn't talk to anybody. So they escorted me to Egoma base. General Malu had run away and gone to Rawasfi. They said, oh, he's going to Nigeria. Going to Nigeria, he's not there. Then they carried me to a place off Simple Bridge. Some officers' mess hall or something on the left. As soon as from here going across Simple Bridge, as soon as you cross on the left. I said, am I under arrest? They said, you're not under arrest. They had a deputy CMIO, one Mohammed, Chief Military Information Officer. He was on the radio speaking in various Nigerian languages. And the crowd came out. Our partisans, they went, our headquarters were right at Catholic Junction. At least 500 to 600 people went and lay down on the Kota Road. So nobody passing, including the ECOMO. But then, I understand, President Conte, I heard about it, and he couldn't understand what was happening. He sent his ambassador, Ambassador Dukle, who was in Nigeria, to President Abacha. And Taylor started receiving phone calls by that time. Then he said, if Mr. Kromah sleeps in custody, we are coming for you. Anonymous phone calls coming to him. He got scared. He go to Egoma base, say, my hand in the TNMO. The boy said, what? You playing this thing, eh? And hands have been caught in the cookie jar, and he said, your hand in it. You're part of it. Because the threats were coming minute by minute. Charge to the house. You were up and down. Hotter than before for my release. The chief of staff of Egoma, the field commander, they left the base because of the crowd that was coming up. Not knowing, we didn't even know that President Abacha had ordered that I be released immediately because of the message from Conte, who didn't want an escalation of the conflict in Monrovia. But they didn't tell us because they were embarrassed. Because we had said all kinds of things about General Malu and ECOMO, who were so used to being praised. So that what happened, John. In the end, I'll tell you something. What you don't know doesn't mean that it can't happen. Simply because that's a limitation of your mind. War things were in that place for 1 whole week, John. I couldn't leave. They said I was under house arrest. When in fact, I have been order released. I have been order released. Then finally, at the end of that 1 week, the war tanks were leaving. And right there is a small little swamp. 4 o'clock in the morning, they said they didn't want the civilians to see them leaving because they were all back in my compound. And the public didn't know that. So they started leaving fast. And the last one got stuck. War tank with tires, got stuck in the mud. And they were struggling to leave, to move. And the sound woke me up. I called one of my officers, Eddie come. What is this? He said, ain't easy. For 2 hours now, there's one Mohawk want to leave this swamp, they can't leave. And they're saying that it will be shame in the morning for the tank to be seen. I said, oh, so you're afraid of disgrace? You came here to disgrace me and lie? I went to the bathroom, took my bath and took my ablution. I came and gave what we call 2 rakas, 2 stands in the prayer. And I had faith. I said, Allah, except you are not God, This thing which these people have inflicted on me, to disgrace me, to lie on me, please do not allow this war thing to leave this place. I went back inside. Anybody who knows here will attest to it. That war thing was there until in the morning. And that was not all. They went for that jack truck to take out the war thing. The back of the jack truck trap. Then they went for a chain war thing because this one was rubber. That one succeeded in pulling out the rubber war thing, but when it got in the middle of the Kota road, the chain, it collapsed. The whole Ecomoc mechanic shop was brought. For one whole week, when they put it in one, it goes into reverse. When they put it in reverse, the car the water started going in front. They camped near it. And you know that people, oh, look at you, you say you can fight. Come on, this small mother, they can start in now on the Kota road, you can go. That's what they didn't want. And on Thursday, because Friday was to be the last day, I walked from my house. And the captain of that war thing, battalion, he didn't like one bit what was happening to me. He was a Muslim. He was so aggrieved. So while he was in my compound, he took a cigarette pack, smuggled it to me. He wrote something inside. He said, this is a hayat in the Quran, which you should repeat 1,400 times. Rakat Jakun Rasulullah. And the rest of it. He said, repeat it 1,400 times so that you can be protected and close to God. I said, my goodness, this is the guy who got me here. So you can imagine General Malu was so embarrassed that he knew that they organized for him to deliver the election to Charles Taylor. So that day, Thursday, I went to the commander. I said, Captain Mohammed, you going to the mosque tomorrow? He said, yes. I said, maybe by the grace of God, your war tank will leave from here. By the grace of God. He started smiling. Really bring all the mechanic experts around here. Friday morning, he said, you try. One switch, the war tank came on. They put in one, it was one. The man came back to the house. He said, let's take ablution and pray. I said, what happened? He said, what you told me is happening. That's how that episode ended. So there was no space for them to go and say, Alhaji Kromah had armed this and that, so we're getting out of the political stream. So crest that followed them. John, that's why I tell you, let's be careful. You will see all kinds of people coming out, like that statement in Banga, 1993, ULIMO came, the survivors were carried to Yekepa. You forget the logic of all the hospitals you're passing and carrying them to Yekepa. Let us investigate these things. That's why allege has to be used all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, my glasses are all messed up. Mommy, my glasses messed up. Please, I seek your indulgence. There's a letter that came from Von German. December 7, 1994. I'll just read 3 paragraphs. And this was signed by people in Lofa County, including Reverend Father T. Sally Yembe, priest in charge of the St. Teresa's Convent, Episcopal Church.
Is that different from the one you read previously?
Yes. It is very short. We're talking about Lofa, what happened in Lofa, and these kinds of news you heard. I will give you copies of all of these. The United Nations representative to Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia, dear sir, we the citizens and residents of Von German District, Lofa County, Republic of Liberia, wish to express our thanks and appreciation to the international organizations such as ECOWAS, OAU, UN, and friendly countries for their financial and moral support in trying to bring the Liberian civil crisis to an end. And these are the two important, relevant paragraphs. It is very unfortunate that this war has not come to an end due to the selfish aims of some politicians whose aims and objectives are to play game with the lives of the Liberian people. However, we thank Almighty God that Liberia continues to exist as a nation. We wish to further inform you that we, the citizens and residents of Wanyama District, have enjoyed and continue to enjoy relative peace and protection from the ULIMO forces on the ground. It is regrettable that some people residing outside of the district and perhaps outside of the county continue to give false accounts for information on situations in our district and county, thus creating serious problems for us in the county, such as starvation, ill health, etc., resulting to the death of citizens every day and the delay of the delivery of relief food. This is what he wrote. And these are the people who signed. Some of them didn't sign, but the majority signed. Honorable Sally Double, Clan Chief, Lower Walker Clan member. Tommy Fakpa, he didn't sign. Madam Nyama Dukle, fingerprint. Ade, sorry, my glasses is broken. Kutu Akwe, Education Officer, Lofa County. Reverend Father T. Sally Yembe, priest in charge, St. Teresa's Episcopal Church. Sylvester Tamba, David J. Colley, Joseph Yama, John K. Walker, Kwemesa Zogbe, Madam Nyale, Joseph K. Tanu. These are the people who signed, and they brought their own paper to Monrovia, and we got copy.
What year was that?
This is 1994.
Was ULIMO in occupation at the time?
We didn't hear full occupation.
Full occupation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Okay. Yeah.
When I say full, I'm just emphasizing the fact that they were there.
Yeah, they had control.
And yeah, and these were people who came to Monrovia, and they went back, and this border opening business, woman Kwegli, Johnny Kwegli, he was chairman of the committee to have people to return. Hundreds of people were coming back. They say, we don't allow the people to leave. I want to see that UNHCR man who investigated that. If you didn't have some boxes of ammunition for the MPFL.
Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Alhaji G.V. Kromah, for your time with the Commission, your testimony, your insights into events that occurred during the period, as well as your recommendation to the Commission. At this stage, if you have anything lastly to say, a last word you want to leave the Commission or the people of Liberia with, you may kindly say so now.
I will submit a set of recommendations in writing.
Okay.
And I admonish you to be steadfast. You represent all of our people. There are all kinds of rumors, but Liberia will always be a country of rumors at any community. Be open-minded. Be fair. Because if you are not what we are hoping for, may elude us in the future. I want to congratulate you for the manifestation of dedication. Our country has to move forward. And I want you to build on the reconciliation that has taken place. I don't want you to remove from it It's a very important act of reconciliation when people go into the voting booth, Mr. Commissioner. Secret ballot. And vote for somebody that's supposed to have killed them. I want you to look at these different contexts. If all these stories were true, who forced the people, especially of Wanyama district, to vote for me to win the presidency as per the votes of Wanyama district? Who forced the people in these last elections to vote ACOP, knowing I'm the leader, majority legislators, 50% of the legislators come from ACOP. Who forced the people? Look at these contexts. If they were having bad mind towards me, then they have forgiven me. Or if they didn't have bad mind towards me, they've proven that it is a lie that we commit atrocities against them. It's hard to forget atrocity. And there's a counter-why election. Why you want to elect? It's not just a type of election where it was arranged. Program, you came a man, came part. No, this one is free. Was free. Why did they vote for me in Lofa? Victims of atrocity. So I want you to take everything into context. Context. Why did I not carry Charles Taylor to the great beyond if I had that nature? Why so many people were rescued by these soldiers that wasn't there? Copies of which were gave you. Why? So I want you to remain steadfast, fearing nothing but to do wrong. I want you to have national conferences where Liberian people can express themselves for reconciliation. I want you to have people to reconcile in groups, develop a methodology that will not create tension. I want you to advocate, beside the Reconciliation National Conference, a sovereign conference where people who were not involved in these things can also have the opportunity to say something about our future. 50 people listed and other people, not enough. And I also want to recommend to the government that it should extend the time of the TRC. This would be unjust to not the TRC, to us, the Liberian people, if you close up your books according to the act that you have. So we have to ask the legislature to amend the act to let you go on for as reasonable time as possible so you can carry on your work. May God bless you, bless the state, and give us peace and prosperity. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again on behalf of the Commission.
Yes,
Honorable Professor Alhaji G.V. Kromah, we say thank you again. No, that's not. I want to make sure I give you full credit.
Next 2 days, I'll have to sleep.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. John Stewart. I'm getting old. Let's go remind you. Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Officer, ladies and gentlemen, we will close for today. We want to thank everybody for joining us today. The Commission will resume its hearings tomorrow at 11 a.m. Tomorrow at 11. Thank you and do have a pleasant good night.